3. Raz, 1. Raz, 2, 1. Raz.
Dziękuję. Dziękuję. Dobrze, powoli się.
So we are gathering slowly. We had a break, unexpected break. So thank you to those who have come on time and those who are late. So let's close the door. Is everybody here? Okay, good. Oh, there is still networking from the very beginning.
Dobrze, to dziękuję bardzo.
Hello, everyone. I would like to welcome everybody who's here in this room and everybody who has joined online, because the conference is of a hybrid character. So there are about a few dozen people, and I'm sure others will keep joining us because the conference takes all day and with a variety of topics. My name is Paulina Zadura. I am the director of the Department of Analysis and Strategy at the Polish Agency for Entrepreneurship Development, and I have a pleasure to be your host today. And the reason why we meet today is the next edition of the Clusters Benchmarking in Poland Research 2024. It's the 7th edition of this, and we are happy that we've been able to do it for 7 years and that we can meet you to discuss the results. I would like to warmly welcome all of you, especially those who have participated in the creation or setting up of this event today and will share their knowledge and experience. We are still waiting for Mr. Marek Przeor, team leader at the European Commission in the share internal market, industry, entrepreneurship and SMEs. And would like to welcome Mr. Paweł Weiss, who represents the Podkarpackie Voivodeship and the Regional Development Department. Alberto Pezzi, welcome, Senior Manager at an Agency for Innovation for the region of Catalonia. And I would like to welcome the executors of our research, Innoreg and the Polish Clusters Association, who are participating and who are co-creating this event today and who are responsible for the research. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Krzysztof Gulda from the Polish Agency of Entrepreneurship Development to officially open this conference. Hello, everyone. I would like to welcome all of you at today's meeting. Both those of you who've been able to come in person and those who have joined us online. And I would especially like to welcome the guests who are honoring our conference with their presentations. Like Paulina said, I am very happy to welcome everyone. I am looking around and I can't see all of them yet. So Marek Przeor is going to join us in a minute, who's not only in the representative of the European Commission, but he's been a friend of the Polish Clusters Association for many years. So I'll be very happy to welcome him. I would also like to welcome Mr. Alberto Pezzi, who is our keynote speaker. So thank you very much for coming in spite of your busy calendar and all your obligations. We are very happy that you've been able to come and join us. the agency with the Clusters Association have been cooperating for many years. It's not a mystery. I think we know each other in this room very well, and we can all confirm that. And I remember it from my work in the ministry when in 2002, 2003, we initiated the cluster-related policy. The topic of the clusters was a new one, not only for the administration, but also for the companies, for the regions, and for everybody who wanted to have an impact, affect regional policy. And I think it's very good that at this very early stage of our presence in the EU, Poland noticed this development opportunity that clusters and cooperation and integration of different environments presented when it comes to the possibility to co-creating regional policy and the possibility to build relationships between companies and between the companies and the science sector and all those parties which at the level of given sectors and clusters want to cooperate can strengthen each other's possibilities, opportunities in all the areas that you know about better than me. Our agency not only has been present from the very beginning in the creation of concepts and instruments to support clusters in terms of promotion of the idea domestically and abroad, the Polish clusters and the Polish cluster potential, but for many years, PARP has been financing clusters. So I am very happy that in this finance perspectives, as part of the European funds, that we have these funds for clusters, for the key clusters, and the developmental growth clusters, the supra-regional clusters. I'm trying to use the language properly. Many of your organizations already use these tools of support that we started this year and last year. And it's worth saying, because we are approaching the end of this year, so it's worth saying that when we start 2026, new competitions, new opportunities will open for these two groups. So please follow what's going to happen or what will appear on our websites. You are in contact with us all the time, so please be prepared for what's going to happen come in terms of competitions. Today, I talked to the representative of the Ministry of Technology and Development, and I know that the changes that are happening there will also support what we do, and what we do will support decisions and the development of the situation at the Ministry of Technology and Development. So I'm really happy about it because it will be a kind of new opening, new cooperation, resulting from the fact that we have the director of the department. So it gives a fresh look on the new opportunities of this cooperation, and I am really happy that the department is represented at our meeting. PARP is not only the source of subsidies and financing of different activities, including cluster activities, but it's also an organization which builds on knowledge and resources which are used in the development of clusters. I think it's one of the more important resources of our agency. So I am really happy to say that there will not only be new competitions, but in the first quarter of the next year, we want to make available a new map of clusters, the tool which will make it possible for those who are already in existence to promote, but also will present opportunity for those who don't know about clusters yet. In the background behind you, I can see the presentation, which is going very fast. So I'm sorry, I got a bit distracted for a moment. So a new cluster map, new visualization, new information in order to, on the one hand, strengthen promotion and visibility of your organizations, and on the other hand, to make it possible for all of those who don't know about it yet or can't use it yet in full to promote the system so that it's accessible for them. So I would like you to see PARP as an organization which, on the one hand, provides knowledge, expert knowledge, and can take part in dialogue with your organizations and other institutions which create cluster policy. And on the other hand, we are privileged to have at our disposal funds to support you. I think Monika Antonowicz will provide more details, our leading expert when it comes to clusters. Some of you know her better than me. Monika is with us. She will take the stage in a minute. But first, I would like to thank the executors of this project, of this survey. That is Innoreg and Polish Clusters Association, which is strongly represented in the room, but we still don't have the president, Krzysztof Krystowski, who isn't with us yet. We need to wait a moment for him. So the survey, the report, wouldn't have been possible without the engagement of the management boards and employees of the clusters. 42 clusters took part in the survey. It's quite a lot. It's a unique set. It seems that besides the fact that it's a cyclical report which provides an image from a given moment of the survey, but also the possibility to monitor the changes of clusters over time. It seems that it's one of very few such reports which over such a long time and in such detail analyzes different phenomena related to clusters on a European or maybe even global scale. So the possibility to provide this internal benchmark, but also to refer to the external, international context is something I think is very important and defines the path of development of our clusters policy and engagement in clusters. Thanks to a report like that, we can see this landscape, we can present it, and thanks to the knowledge that we have there and all the analysis that we have this tool that helps us set up policy based on facts, something that should define today's policy, which is evidence-based policy. So you are the recipients, the co-creators, but most of all recipients of this policy. And for us who implement this policy, well, that's something we should all care about. So thank you all again. Thank you to all those who are with us in the room online. Thank you to all those who have created this report and to my team, that is Monika Antonowicz and the director Paulina Zadura, for supervising the whole process. Thank you very much. And the conference is thus opened. Thank you very much. So as you've heard, the scope of topics of our activities in the clusters is much wider than today's conference and the survey or research that we're doing. I'll try to provide some additional information about what activities PARP does. And at the beginning, I would like to say something about our goals for today, because it's a few hours that we are going to spend together. So first of all, the results of the seventh edition of the survey. And secondly, we want to show you good practices of clusters in Poland. That's why we have devoted 2 separate hours to this topic, and we would like clusters to show their good practices, which are related to topics such as social and economic and political changes, economy. That's why the good practices will be related to defense sector, green transformation, Industry 5.0, circular economy, food security, etc. Another thing is the dialogue of administration with business, with the academia or science. with central and regional administration, with European partners. So we've got quite a lot of participants today and those who will present different topics. We do care about this dialogue, so this is where I wanted to say that we have representatives from the Ministry of Development and Technology who deal with clusters. So during breaks, come up to us. We are going to contact you. There have been talks with Minister Morawiec from the Ministry of Regional Development and Funds, who would like to apologize for not being here today, but he had to go to the parliament, to the Polish Sejm, so this is something we had to accept it. But he also cares about the topic of clusters because he's one of our founders. So after the meeting, we're going to report to him what we've talked about and what the effects of the dialogue today are.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let me move on to a content-wise part of this meeting. So, the first part will be summary of the report and the results of the report. And I would like to ask Monika Antonowicz, an expert from our Polish Agency for Entrepreneurship Development. She is an expert in terms of clusters, innovations, smart technologies, but she's also representing PARP in ICT network. And we may also say that Monika is a touch point and a contact person for all the clusters. We haven't called it in an official way, this position that she occupies, but maybe we will do it in the future. So, Monika, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paulina. Thank you to all of you for being present and that you devoted time to come here today. And I would like to start with the results of this survey. This is our common survey. As we have heard, this is a common survey carried out by the Polish Agency for Enterprise Development. But you are the ones who are creating this ecosystem. The clusters are the basis. And we just wanted to show your activity and what your activity looks like in Poland, most of all in Poland. So thank you for this occasion and this opportunity. So here you can see the results of the report. This is the report that has been carried out since 2010. So we already have information about the clusters ecosystem for the last 15 years, because this edition, 2024, already includes the information from the previous years for 2022 and 2023, etc., etc. So I think this is the longest in the history survey all around the world, and the survey of clusters and the research and project dedicated to clusters. And it is also very well communicated. This is one of the best tools, system tools, for cooperation with clusters. And this is absolutely exceptional. If you would like to find anything, or you would like to know anything about clusters, or if you know anything about survey carried out about clusters around the world, please let me know. I am really interested. Over these years, benchmarking, well, it started with a very typical audit to a really quality-based survey, including policy. And I would like to stress that clusters started from being just kind of creatures to current structures like ecosystems, creating ecosystems and being the basis of the economy. From the cluster's perspective, why is it important to take part in such surveys and to find out about the results of the report? So we have certain set of functions that might be useful for you. This is development function, so you can check what are your weak points, weaknesses, what you can improve. It is also a comparative tool, so you can learn from others. And it is also a very good aspect of the report because it does not only include individual aspects but also common aspects. And it also enables you to take part in certification prepared by the Ministry of Technology and Development. Or you can get ready to a certification. This is a private European EUCLIS certification, and our clusters try to benefit from it. You can get a gold, a bronze, or silver certificate. What are also advantages for the administration? Not only at the central level, but also local governmental units. Such tool as a report gives you also an opportunity to monitor what is happening in your region. It also gives you the basis to build your regional policy based on data. You can also get in touch with clusters. You can design, support, and aid instruments. And it is also an information source. It gives you insight about what is happening in clusters in your region. But let me stress what is new in this year's edition, because we are not always checking the same over and over again. I just shown you 3 editions here. So at the beginning, we had digitalization, we checked the impact on environment, and we also checked the competitions, then we checked the infrastructural analysis. And in the newest edition, as you can see, we are checking the cluster's resilience in terms of economy. We are also checking what is happening within clusters, within the ecosystem, and how the interclusteral cooperation looks like. We know that they are European clusters that are steered by the European Commission, and they are as if set up. But you are also building this grassroots movement to cooperate. So let me also say that this year we have checked, based on Innoreg expertise and know-how, we tried to also promote it and checked the availability and the accessibility to the clusters for people with disabilities, etc. And you also got insight and feedback what you can do to improve within this area. So in terms of these 15 years of insight that we have, we can see that clusters are growing. This is a very visible tendency. We are checking more or less 42 clusters. This year we checked 42. And 2 years ago, in December 2022, a foundation platform for the future, we carried out an inventory, and there were 66 units. So it turns out that we checked over half of the clusters that we have in Poland. And the members of clusters, 733 entities, took part. We also prepared good practices, 16 good practices, 13 Polish and 3 foreign, abroad policies. They will be available after the meeting, so you can also get familiar with them. Apart from the main report that you will find out about, we also prepare a separate report, an individual report for each cluster. And this, for us, this is a confidential report. So each and every cluster can decide on their own what they want to do, whether this is going to be a roadmap to develop, to grow internally. And I would say this is a very economic marketing report with individual recommendations of the experts based on what is happening around the world, in which direction the given cluster should head. So this might be a perfect central tool for you. But clusters can share their knowledge, and they will do it in a minute. So what happened within the survey? What is the background? This is the perspective showing the growth of clusters. So at the beginning, we checked 47 clusters in 2010. This year, we checked 42. However, you can see how the number of members of the clusters grew, and the entrepreneurs within these clusters is growing. So we can see significant growth in terms of quantity. So apart from the quantity, the strength, the force of a given cluster is increasing. And as you can see the numbers, it will translate into better networking, into better common services, into scalability of the business. I also prepared a list and a summary that is not included in the survey. This is revenue. So we are checking the revenue volume of the clusters. This is sample, but not all clusters were able to answer our question, what are the revenue for the last 2 years? So you can see how the revenue volume is growing. You can see the dynamics in total and on average, the increase of revenue on average. And I believe this is the most important aspect, because we can see the power of economy, the potential. And this is not just an insignificant, subtle change. This is a real jump. I also prepared information about export within clusters. I don't want to bore you to death with all the details, but we are checking here in the second year covered by the survey. We checked this. And also here you can see this significant increase. So export is growing. And the income and the revenues from export are also increasing. So all financial data also show us that clusters are trying to expand both internally and externally within import and export. And building on what is new in our report, I would like to stress that clusters are the best cooperating part of this economic system. And I think this is the way we can check how the clusters network. This just shows you in which direction they are heading. They are trying to cooperate internally, externally. They cooperate with regional, local governmental units. And they also cooperate with different stakeholders, with entrepreneurs. All the details you will find in the report. So basically what's important is that clusters are cooperating within proper chambers with PARP. And I think it is also important to stress that the sectoral cooperation seems to be really crucial. And we can already see that it is happening. And clusters are also creating networks. They are becoming meta clusters. We already have such an example of a meta network. We will hear about it, or maybe no. We have one representative of this meta network here. This is And so first meta clusters are already occurring in Poland. So this is just the first signal of changes that are happening. What else? Just a second. And the second aspect that was also new, this is the resilient topic. That was new in this report. We didn't want to ask clusters to verify new indices. We just try to base on what we already have and check whether in this regard the clusters are resilient. And we also wanted to check how it impacts the economic resilience of the clusters. For us, it was important that clusters are growing dynamically, that they are stable, that they have development strategy. 34 out of 42 clusters have development strategy. There are still some that need to prepare it. They have strategy that gives them this sense of stability. 23 clusters have digitalization strategy. Some of them have green transition strategy. And in general, the clusters and the environment became structures that can adapt to changes, can answer the crisis situation, and can address it. But still, there's still a lot to improve. There's still a lot to correct.
Clusters should cooperate more when it comes to research and development. This area is still an area where clusters have a lot to do in order for the members to function in the economy without fearing a crisis. Another thing is a deeper integration. We only have 3 out of 7 on the value chain, and only 3 stages of the value chain are used by the clusters. Today, in the morning, I found an interesting piece of information, and I will share it with you, because we've been talking about clusters, that they should and have resilience. But Michał Gdybowski, who is the president of Global Healthcare Travel, he's been working on the so-called map of life. Oh my goodness. Is it a technical glitch? It wasn't supposed to to sound no. But the information is important. But I just wanted to say that these words resonate in the context of clusters. Poland is a line of memory, so to speak, which divides the West from the East. And whenever we think about history, all know the history of Poland, we were a kind of border wall in the area of Poland. There were different kinds of influences fighting and trying to take us. We've always had some values, though, even during partitions, and those values were what helped us survive, and that's what we are proud of. We've always had transformations, wars, crises, and economic rebuilding. But we have something that is especially valuable, and I also see it in clusters. This is the sense of meaning in the times of chaos, resilience which does not become cynicism, and the ability to build from the very beginning, from scratch, because of our values. And I think this is this survey should be or the whole discussion should be completed with the comment that clusters also have it. We have experience which cannot be bought, copied, or imported. And that's what I think is also about clusters. Getting back to our survey, I'd like to say that today we're going to present 10 practices, and later you will be able to watch the 3 remaining. And as you can see, the first one is the Cyber Made in Poland cluster of cybersecurity. It's a cluster which functions from scratch. So informing, training, education, it engages in programming or preparing of startups and incubators, but it also does action which affect legislation in terms of cybersecurity. So I would invite you to learn about it, because cybersecurity is also quite an important topic. And there will be one surprise for you. We are preparing at the agency, in cooperation with this cluster, a textbook on cybersecurity, and with this textbook, we want to show to clusters how to learn about this topic and how to create a service related to that in their clusters for their members. Another practice which will not be presented during the conference is to how to cooperate in terms of cross-border cooperation. So this topic is still to be used or to be filled by the to be covered by Polish clusters. On the eastern side, we've got the whole topic of cooperation with Ukraine. We've got Alexander Jurczak, who represents Ukrainian Clusters Association. There is Lithuania, Latvia. So there are countries we can cooperate with. So I would like to encourage you to this practice. And of course, we have Life Sciences Kraków, a key cluster from Kraków, which talks about this integrated model of support of startups. This cluster has implemented ERL method. You know TRL, so it's close because TRL is associated with technology and technological evaluation. ERL is more. It's a survey in cooperation with the factors which are surveyed in TRL. So the evaluation of the cluster's readiness to enter a market. Also, I would like to say that in the report you can see the growths and falls tendencies. What I really can boast about or show off is the digitization of clusters. We can see fall when it comes to innovation activity. So research and development and common project, this is something that we can work on. All the time, clusters have not provided or do not provide financing for their members. There is a shortage of knowledge. There is a shortage of members, such as venture funds that could support members of clusters. To sum up, I would like to tell you that if you are interested, you've got this QR code for our report. The report is already accessible on PARP website. So this QR code should work. You can go to the report. I haven't told you everything. There is a lot of information in the report. It's a very big work of the whole team of the executors of the report. There are also conclusions and recommendations for the whole ecosystem, not only for the clusters, but also for public entities, local authority entities, also conclusions and recommendations for institutions and business. So I really recommend going to and reading this report. Thank you very much. Thank you, Monica, for this introduction to what clusters are and how we can cooperate. Let me just say that for us, these topics that have come up in this survey, for example, resilience, are the topics to delve into more deeply. For example, at PARP, the topic of dual use, we do surveys among businesses, and what you find in clusters also refers to entrepreneurship. So then we draw conclusions and then we develop them in the following surveys. So this can be used for many other topics. So once again, thank you very much. And I would like to thank the clusters and their members for participating in this survey. Now we're moving to the next part, and one technical information that now the presentation will be in English. So if anybody would like to use translation headset, then you can go to the back of the room. If there are any questions from the audience, please use microphones because the conference is being interpreted or translated. So if you know somebody who speaks English and who is interested in the topic of clusters, they can join us, of course. Maybe it's not so obvious, but the conference is in 2 languages here. Translation is provided. So I can see that you are all ready to listen. And now our guest will be Mr. Alberto Pezzi, a senior cluster manager at the Agency for Competitiveness of the Government of Catalonia, Actio Agency. Alberto Pezzi, for many years, have been working with the topic of clusters. For over 25 years, he was the initiator of this TCI network. Right now, he represents or he participates there in the management board of the consultants at the TCI network. He's a co-author of many books and publications. He consulted and consults to many industries. This is the strength of clusters, the building of innovation between industries. I am very curious about his presentation. I am looking forward to it because we've heard about how well Catalonia has been dealing with this cluster system. So now I would like to ask you, Alberto, to take the floor.
Thank you. Dzień dobry. Good morning. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks to PARP for inviting me, Christoph, Paulina, and Monica. It is really a pleasure to be here today with you. Sorry, my voice is not the best today, but I hope it is understandable. So, my presentation will have basically 4 parts. Very brief introduction, just a reminder on 2 concepts regarding cluster I would like to put here on the table. Then the core of my speech will be on the experience of Catalonia, the key lessons, thank you very much, on what we have done in the past 30 years on clusters. Then a quick look to some cluster trends in Europe, and then some inputs for the Q&A and some conclusion. So I go quickly to the first part. For me, I've been in so many conferences over the past years and so many events in which people tend to confuse and mix up these 3 concepts. And I think it's very important here when we are in this important event regarding your report. I've seen, and congratulations, by the way, for the results, for having a dynamic portfolio of cluster, and you will see that similar to Catalonia, in which also it grows the number of companies there. This is the most important things. But people tend to confuse a bit sometimes these 3 concepts. We have to remind that cluster is something that is a natural phenomenon of the industrial economy. So we have natural cluster. We have some places around the world in which clusters work quite well without any public intervention. And this is, but if we intervene through what we call many years ago, so it was defined in a book also from Sahaus or from TCI, the cluster initiative are organized efforts to take the most of cluster, of the natural endowment, natural condition of clusters. Then later, some years later, and probably here we have the first cluster organization in Catalonia is about 20 years ago, beginning of the 2000. Cluster organization are just a tool, a policy instrument for working better with cluster. And I think sometimes we're trying to mix up this concept, but I think it's important here, since I have some more time than as usual, that you have the 20 usual moments to remind it. Another important aspect is the dynamic aspect of clusters. Clusters, as I said, as a natural phenomenon, as their own cycle of evolution. They normally there's this cluster life cycle. So the cluster tend to start, to have a maturity, and then depending on the business, they are linked to decline also, or to reinvent themselves. This is something that occurs normally, but if we work with cluster, if we use cluster as a tool for economic development, we are also we are balancing this evolution force with construction. This is what is very well illustrated in a book from Professor Oriane Solvel. It's a book of 10 years ago, or almost already, and it explains how these 2 elements are are contributing to cluster development. This was just a reminder. I think it's important when we talk in serious forum about cluster to have this aspect in mind. So, but let's go now to Catalonia and to explain a bit how we started. It is always important to remind the origin. Our origin, the origin of cluster policy in Catalonia dates back many centuries. And probably without knowing a bit the history of Catalonia, we cannot explain cluster policy. We have some cluster that dates back to medieval age, and the fact that cluster was used as an instrument for economic development was very simple, because the cluster was already there. Thanks to the evolution of the economy, there is a lot of natural clusters in Catalonia. This is probably due also to the fact that Catalonia participated, was one of the few regions in the Mediterranean that took part of the Industrial Revolution, especially with the textile industry. But also before, it was a very active, very open region to trade in the merchant revolution of the 14th centuries, especially to northern Italy. So this economic and social background contributed to the fact that there are a lot of natural clusters there. But this is probably meant anything without a fortunate coincidence. That was practically that this in this economic fabric, there was at a point and the right momentum, there was a person that I always been a pleasure to remind him, but was the Minister Antonio Subirà, that there was the right person to understand that cluster was the right tool, instrument for looking at the productive economy in a different way. Professor Subirà, a part of being minister, he was an academic background, was the first director of the first MBA in Spain. He came from a family of entrepreneurs in the textile industry, precisely. And at the moment in which Michael Porter was publishing his first book, talking about cluster, about this new way of working within the economy, he was a research professor, visiting professor at the MIT. So he had the opportunity to read the original manuscript. And he thought that it was a very important tool for the future for Catalonia economy. So this was a bit very important. He started, he bring back the manuscript to Catalonia, and he had put in the hands of the policymaker for understanding. Since then, many things have changed in Catalonia regarding cluster, but some of them are still there. And I would like to remind three key elements for cluster policy still today. One is an original methodology. There was no methodology at the beginning of the 90s for developing clusters, and in Catalonia, thanks to Subirà and to a technical team of consultants, there was developed a methodology for analysis and for, at the beginning, helping company to upgrade the strategy. We are also, the historical moment is very important also. We are at the beginning of the 90s. Catalonia, within Spain, just joined the European Union, but coming from a dictatorship period of more than 5 decades. So the Catalonia economy, Catalan company were not so, let's say, competitive, and clusters was a way, focusing on upgrading the strategy, was a way of closing this gap. And so at the beginning, the cluster policy was used, especially was focused very much on upgrade the strategic change for companies. Then, since the beginning, the cluster was seen as a public-private partnership in which the government was mainly a catalyzer for the initiative, but then the private sector was the protagonist once the initiative were in place, and especially once the cluster organization was created. And this is still the same after more than 30 years. And probably the third element that is a bit differential from Catalonia is this, the fact that since the beginning, we try to focus very much on providing specialized services and to focusing on the professionalization of cluster management teams instead of giving subsidies. We also have some granting scheme for projects or are granting schemes based on a competitive ways for upgrade strategy. I don't enter in details on this, but for us, it is very important, the team. Now we have a team of already, well, around 15 people. Almost all the people are very senior and that are working in a matricial way. They are experts on a specific sector, but also they are experts on some part of the programs. So this is starting from, and I try to go a bit more quickly. We started with our policy in Catalonia at the beginning of the 90s with this micro-cluster approach. So the initiative were very with a narrow focus. We talk about leather tanning industry, we talk about knitwear industry, we talk about home furniture, you will see. Then we had a first evolution in which we built an internal team within the government, and we start thinking to cluster on a different way, not linked to a specific local business, but more open international. This also was a period in which we got a lot of inspiration from Europe, from the European Commission. Was the epoch in which the first and only communication on cluster from the EC was issued, the work cluster in 2009, and since then we also take inspiration from the following step of our evolution of our cluster policies. That was the creation of the establishment of our Catalonia cluster program in 2014, so not many years ago, only 10 years ago, in which we try to take all the elements of this communication, at least the three main one, to having a cluster initiative with enough critical mass. Since until then, we had cluster initiatives, some of them were very small, so unless you have a strong cluster initiative with a professional team, you are not able then to perform all the activities that are needed. And we look at the cluster as a tool for internationalization, and we focus very much on professionalization of teams. And then we are on the last period in which we have this structural program. We had many other topics you will see on our cluster work, and you will see in a moment how the cluster looks like today. I want also to highlight three elements. Clusters for us have been, since the beginning, a tool for reacting to some crises. This is at the beginning. We have a cluster was set up, the cluster program, as an answer to this competitiveness gap we had to bridge, to close this gap of competitiveness respect to other countries, especially in Europe. When we have this second change, big change, and in which we take advantage to write a book also on that, you still have available also in English in 2010, we see that the old model of cluster were not enough to respond to the new challenges of the global economy, and we changed a bit the scope of cluster initiative. We made a lot of internal changes also. And lately, the last big change, the last big reaction to a crisis is the reaction of what we call the crisis of a capitalism model. That also is a word used also from Michael Porter when he issues this concept of share value in 2011, but also the answer to the climate crisis in which we have to be clustered more, also taking advantage of this aspect of sustainability. This is how the cluster policy looks like today. This is a very, it's a slide with a lot of information. I will try to summarize it a bit. There are 4 main pillars for us in our cluster strategy. At the beginning, as a center, you see you have still this, the inspiration is still the Cluster Excellence Initiative. That is initiative, as I mentioned before, of 2009-10. In which that sets the basis for all the European cluster policy also, and was an inspiration for us. We have a program. We have a program that is a voluntary program in which cluster organization choose to join or not. It is a program with a duration of 3 years. Every 3 years, we rethink the program, we rethink the criteria for entering in this program. And this was done with this intention of having the opportunity every 3 years to rethink everything if it's necessary. And it is a program in which mainly it is based on providing services. The second pillar is the international connection. We are not thinking to cluster as at the beginning as something local, but cluster are intended especially as a tool for internationalization, for connecting our ecosystem to other. And for this, we try to be very active in all the network as possible. We have participated in the past in expert group from the Commission. We have actively participated since the beginning to TCI network, and we are also to be very attentive of what is going on all over the world. The third pillar is the content. The content focus has changed over the time. As I said, we had the cluster starting at the beginning as a driver for strategic change. And over the years, we introduced new topics like the cross-cluster collaboration, and the talent is an important also topic. And lately, we use really cluster for creating share value and to use cluster in this new world of sustainable competitiveness. So basically, also trying to, through cluster, implementing projects and activities that don't have only an economic value, but also a social and environmental value. What close this virtuous circle, we hope, is the evaluation and visibility. We have evaluation for us was a difficult topic at the beginning. We had, we thought a lot how to perform an evaluation on our cluster policy. It was not easy because a lot of the work we do with cluster is about creating immaterial capital, is about creating trust, these kind of things, and so this is very difficult to measure. We look at the international example, and 10 years ago, we define also our own model, and I will talk a bit more in the following slide about this. Now we are performing an annual survey, basically collecting statistics on cluster. Every 3 years we have a more qualitative survey in which we ask to the recipient, to the most important actor in cluster policy, that are company, what they think about cluster, if the cluster's policy is bringing value to their activities, which is the influence on their competitiveness position, all these kinds of things. And every, I don't know, probably 5 years, now it is scheduled for next year, we also make a comparison to a control group in order to compare the performance of companies within cluster to companies that are not in the cluster ecosystem. And you will see then the result. This is our cluster portfolio right now. There are 27 cluster organizations, more than 3,000 members, an aggregate turnover of more than 90 billion euros. This is about 1/3 of our industrial GDP. And we have clusters in very different sectors. Also, you will see there are some, I cannot go in details of all of that, but we over the time, we built cluster initiative not only in sectors or a specific industry or around the technology, but also around a concept. This is, for instance, the case of the KIT cluster, so the cluster that groups all the companies that are have children as a target market. So there could be companies from the food sector, from furniture, for consumer electronic, from different sectors that have in common the market. We have a cluster on sports that also is something not easy to find in other places, because we look at the aspect of the economic aspect of sport. Until 2010, we had a lot of association clubs. We have a lot of activity around sports, especially after the Olympics in 1982 in Barcelona. But we also see that this was generating a lot of economic activity. And also a few years later, our project, also the European Commission, made a study that estimates, I believe, that sport represents around 4% of the European GDP. This is very important. So we make a mapping to identify all the companies related with sports in Catalonia, and there were more than 300 at the epoch. Now there are more than 500. We have a cluster on beauty. We have a cluster on also clusters sometimes came up from some needs or from some crisis, as I said. We have the Catalan Water Partnership, that is a cluster that groups companies related with cluster management, with the water management, sorry. And this was created in 2008, when we have a very severe drought in Catalonia that really represent a big crisis for the economy, for the society. And this, well, at the beginning was a very small initiative. 15 years later, last year, when we had again another severe drought in Catalonia, this cluster result of paramount importance for helping other companies, other sectors to overcome this water crisis through technology, through innovation, and now is one of the most active clusters we have. But I go quickly to the next one. So now we have a very big, Catalonia, according to last year cluster panorama from ECCP, was the region with the highest number of cluster organization. You see the dark triangle there. And also we had a case that was written by Professor Christian Ketten last year about this experience. This is, well, I think it represents at the same time an opportunity and a big challenge for us to have to manage all these initiatives that not only are within our program. Say that I would like to highlight some key learning from our experience. The first one is that methodology is key. If you don't have a methodology, you cannot upgrade this. So it is important to have your way working with cluster. In our case, as I said, this is an original methodology. There are 4 phases that I cannot enter now in details. We work both on the 2 key aspects of microeconomic of competitiveness, that is the topic that is important, also at academic level for us, that is strategy, that we, through cluster, we help company to upgrade the strategy, to sophisticate the strategy, but also it's very important to look in which the company, the environment, the business environment in which they compete. And this is also, our methodology is based on the combination of these 2 elements. From one hand, analyze the strategy through these 5 forces and other tools, but also to understand the environment we have, how we can upgrade the business environment. This is very important. We have this still this present in our work, and it is still a very important element of what we work with cluster. The second key learnings I would like to highlight is the the importance of leadership and trust, to build trust, and also this combination of having a bottom-up delivery combined with this top-down vision. The top-down vision was that the ones had Minister Subira at the beginning, who was really a big leader, but then this is very difficult to maintain over the time. You don't have always ministers that are, well, like Subira. So, but what is important is that he created a technical team that is able to deliver this. When, and I put this picture there because when we were last year, there was a celebration for to pay tribute to Michael Porter that is now retired, and we were invited to Harvard University. We're also coinciding with the presentation of our case. And the two people were there were myself and a colleague that are, well, we are technical person, we are not politician, and they were the ones that were recognized to be there. And this is important to have this combination of leadership and trust at different level. Another aspect is the cluster for us serve as for breaking silos within the government. Axio is the organization responsible of managing the cluster program, but we have cluster initiatives that are involving many other departments of the government. For instance, the Department of Culture for the media and entertainment cluster, the Department of Agriculture. We have a lot of initiatives, especially all those related with food. We have the Department of Sports, the sports cluster I mentioned before, health and whatever. So this is also a way of fostering collaboration within the government. Another aspect is the strategic focus. For us, it is always very important that cluster have this strategic focus, and this focus could change. We have the example here. I put the example I wanted to choose. I could have chosen many other. It is the example of a very small cluster, one of the first cluster initiative on the home furniture business. That was a cluster was created in 1993. Well, as cluster initiative, not cluster organization. At the epoch was a technological center created in the most depressed area economically of Catalonia, in south of Catalonia. At that epoch, it was there was well, some dozen, well, few dozen of companies dedicated to home furniture. Then especially with the changes, dramatic change that this business suffered, and also in Catalonia, Spain, and worldwide, especially with the model of IKEA and with a different approach in distribution. The clusters switched completely the business, they focus, and now they are very active on what we call the contract business. So they pass to manufacturing furniture for homes, for living, basically to provide furniture for hotels, for collective spaces and everything. And 2 weeks ago in Barcelona, there was the biggest event organized for contract sector that was organized by this cluster. This cluster now is the biggest one in Catalonia with more than 20 people in the teams, and they are managing this big event, among other things, that group that had more than 12,000 visitors in Barcelona. So this is the ability of change this focus is fundamental for the cluster to survive and to upgrade. Then we have another aspect very important is to have a dynamic cluster portfolio, in the sense that if we look at the initiative we have, the cluster initiative we had at the beginning when we start, and what we have now, the portfolio changed completely. We have, I made a study some years ago, just before the pandemic, and looked back 15 years on what has the cluster portfolio changed. And almost less than 20% of cluster initiative remain the same. 40% disappeared, other 40% they are integrated in another cluster through mergers and whatever. So this is very important to have this in mind, because our cluster program is very flexible, and probably this is one of the elements of its success. Also, the same cluster initiative can change. We have a cluster initiative, for instance, like FEMAC, I don't see you can see there, was a cluster initiative around agricultural machinery. Now, 20 years later, since our foundation, it changed completely. Now, the cluster remains the same brand, but is a cluster around innovation in agriculture. So it include many other companies in different sectors, like ICT, drones that are for agriculture, whatever. And the last aspect I would like to highlight is the measuring impact. As anticipated, we have, well, this, the different type of evaluation we had, but what is most important is that really the company that are within cluster performs better than others. This does not mean that all it is thanks to the work of policymakers, thanks to the work of cluster organization, but at least it means that if you are in a cluster, your partners, your organization mates are better company, because really they are performing far better in many aspects, and especially in innovation. Company within clusters are 3 times better than companies that are working in isolation or out of the cluster initiative. This is what I wanted to tell you about Catalonia. I also have a second part that will be quicker, regarding some a quick look to some trends on cluster, how cluster will be in the future, at least, or not the future, but what some trends we are already observing now. This is, I don't have time to do in detail. This is something that was published some years ago from TCI Network. And it was also talking about the future and how this aspect of cluster has evolved in the last year. And already there was some consideration regarding cluster initiative, and as this has evolved. I will take some inspiration from some of that to give my vision. First of all, I believe that clusters still have a lot of untapped potentials for many things. Cluster could certainly be used more and more for understanding the evolution of business models. This is something that in Catalonia we have clear since the beginning, but still I think there are many places in which there are clusters but don't use it to understand how business evolves and to take inspiration from that. I think it's very important to the analysis that could be done at cluster level. It is also very important, a cluster could be also a lot of potential in strengthening the linkages between industry, research, and institutions. This is an aspect that also is highlighted in this famous Draghi report, in which clusters are mentioned, and especially with this aspect. And the last publication that also from the Commission that's here is a publication regarding strategic foresight. The European Commission started to publish this with the pandemics. There are not many references to cluster, but I think it is important also that we have more and more this look to the future, the strategic foresight, and cluster also could be useful for that, especially for strengthening the resilience of our industry. Also, also you will see a mention on that, the cluster are very important in what we call the twin transitions. Another aspect that I think is an emerging but also already present element of trend is the proliferation of international cluster alliance, transregional and pan-European cluster network. There are some of these networks that exist since many years that are more generalist, more association of clusters. Some others that I think that are the most useful are these alliances, this network, on a specific industry in which, for instance, we have some in many, this is just an example, illustrative example, we have some in health, we have in automotive, even in water. Some of them are international, some other are only European-wide. And this is, I think, is very important because cluster could be really a tool for upgrading this. Even you have in the ECCP some tools for searching for these networks. Another aspect is that I think that at least of what we observe in Catalonia, there is an increasing opportunity and increasing phenomenon of merger of cluster organization. We have in the past years, and this is a diagram that came from the case, from the Harvard Business School case. We have emerged, at least in Catalonia, in this habitat cluster, habitat domain that bring to the creation of this ambit. There was 2 separate clusters before in health. And also in food, but there are many, many other examples of this. Another trend that I think it is, well, in our case, very, very evident, but it start appearing also in other places, that clusters are not only about economic development, but could be a tool for social development. And through this methodology about creating share value, and that I unfortunately don't have time to go more in details now, cluster could be also an element that bring these social values, this environmental value to the society and to the community. This is because the methodology and the elements that are at the core of cluster development methodology and share value creation are really very similar. In the two methodology, you have the need of changing mindset, you have the need of involving many different actors, and this is something that really make cluster a good, very good terrain, a very good ground for implementing this concept of share value. And finally, and this came from 1 month ago, we participated also together with some of the people who are here, with Monica and others, to this TCI annual conference in Dublin. And the topic that was chosen there, and for the first time we have 2 prime ministers inaugurating the conference, is because clusters, when there was this agreement for peace 25 years ago, in 1999, for the reconciliation of the 2 North and Southern Ireland, there was a creation of different institutions. One was Intertrade Ireland, and Intertrade Ireland chose cluster as a key element for their economic policy. And through this, they create a lot of cluster initiative, a lot of projects that are trans-border. And 1 month ago in Dublin, we have the occasion of visiting some of them, and I think it's very relevant to see how cluster also was chosen also for a political aspect of this trans-border collaboration. This is, well, what I wanted to explain you regarding trends. And let me dedicate the last 5 minutes to some conclusions. I wanted to talk about sustainable competitiveness through cluster. Cluster may be probably to achieve this goal, and we talk in Catalonia a lot. One of our flagship elements from the government also is the shared prosperity. Our president talked a lot about this. The contribution, the small contribution we give from cluster is through this share value concept, but there is many ways of going through this route toward sustainable competitiveness. That is a bit the title of my intervention. The first is to think, to prioritize clusters that have this element of sustainability in their ADN. For instance, we have the cluster, I mentioned already the cluster of water management. We have a cluster on energy saving. We have a cluster about waste valorization. That is the last one we created a few years ago. We have a cluster on mental health. That is, well, is their own story. So if you choose to work on a cluster initiative that have also this element of sustainability of share value, it is then easier to have to go toward sustainable competitiveness. We also, just mentioned, we actively create share value. We have a methodology also to do it. We started 5 years ago in this, and we believe that all clusters could create this share value. In some cases, it's easier. There are some clusters that are suppliers of knowledge about regarding it. It could be the case of Catalan Water Partnership or others, but there are some clusters that need a lot to create this share value because they have the clusters that have a negative impact on the environment, like packaging, the others. So this is important also to this. We have also we have participating through the collaborating a lot with clusters and what are the smart specialization in Catalonia, and this is also a way. We have a specific methodology also on this. We also have some specific approach with sector in which they are very highly exposed to international competition. That is the case of automotive. In this case, we have a cluster, but also we have a special task force for helping the transition in this sector. And finally, also we are consistent in choosing projects for us that are aligned with this aim. And in fact, the 3 European projects in which we are participating as a unit of cluster within Axio are all projects that are related with this sustainable competitiveness. An Innoreg that is called Accelerate Green and Digital Transition. That is, well, there will be the final event of this project next week in Barcelona. We are participating in Euromed Cluster Forward. That is an initiative for helping cluster of the southern shores of the Mediterranean to upgrade their strategy and to collaborate with our cluster in Catalonia. And also we are part of I3 initiative in the sector of, together with our sports cluster, helping using health in the sport industry as a vehicle for having a healthier population. All this implies agenda, new elements for the agenda of policymakers and clusters, and I just mentioned 5 here. You can read it. I think it is important, and this is my personal vision. I think we have to use cluster more strategically, as I already said, for business for psych, for implementing horizontal policy. It is important that you use cluster in a flexible way. Don't have to do a strict paradigm of what cluster is, or having, there are some cases, in some cases you see that have regions that have the same cluster for 20 years. This I think is not realistic, because a cluster on the market, they change, and so you have to adapt it. And you have to be, I think, to have a flexible program for working with cluster. Design cluster initiative in a smart, innovative way, and I just mentioned is regarding, for instance, our water management and whatever. Open to international cooperation, and also include cluster as a key element for implementing sustainable competitiveness agenda. I think this is what I already mentioned in my presentation. And really, the very last slide are two thinking. One, the cluster could be a very important element, a very important tool for be more resilient in a very turbulent environment. That is the ones we are living today. And lessons that I've learned in the last 25, 30 years working with cluster and from policies, you have always a step behind. The market is always going forward. And so it is very important to observe what is going on, what in a sector, how the company, the most active company, most proactive company are always the ones that are indicating the route. So it is very important also to have this. And I finish with this old, well, a phrase that I wanted to read that came from a report that probably very few people know here, because it's a report that was written even before the start of European cluster policy, was a report called Creating an Innovative Europe, and this was chaired by a former prime minister from Finland, Mr. Esko, and says that it is important to ensure that clusters are defined in terms of new market and knowledge relationship needed for emerging sector to thrive. It is even counterproductive to reinforce traditional sector cluster, and that as they can inhibit the mobility. This, I think, is very important, that we think cluster about something that is dynamic, something that is looking to the future, and this mobility around the concept of clusters. I think this is all from my side. We have, well, I am in time. Maybe if there are a few minutes, I'm really very happy to respond to some questions. And I need this probably.
Proszę Państwa, zapraszam. Jeśli ktoś miałby pytanie, to proszę skorzystać z tych paru minut, które nam zostały przed przerwą.
I have one question. Great presentation, first of all. And we've got a lot of inspiration from Catalonia and Spain, especially. I am with my colleague from our regional office and authorities, and we also decided to be Warsaw, and we are a little bit surprised with Catalonia because our region has in this moment a weekly trip and mission in Catalonia, so we exactly know that Catalonia have great level of clusterization, and we discussed during the presentation what is your point of view, because a lot of some sentences coming from politicians, from scientists, and they are awareness of what is the role of the cluster. In Poland, I discussed with Emilia that our politicians are in Podlaskie region on quite high level, because we can start to discuss about some solution, but that was in fact mission impossible in 2017 or 15, when we have first contact with the Spanish representative that was from Asturias, and they said, we are good, but look for the Catalonia. They have great management and so on. Also the president was, that was former expert from Catalonia, and they shared the know-how and so on. And at the moment, in fact, we're looking for the best and fastest way to develop a cluster in Poland, like said Mr. Gulda. And last week I've got a meeting in our Ministry of Economy, and we made 3 steps forward and then 2 steps back. A little bit like a tango, but personally it makes me nervous. That was similar way in Catalonia, that you also made a lot of mistakes, and how in fact level up with the cooperation between different sector, public, business and economy, because I suppose that we have quite a high level of public discussion, but I'm personally a little bit disappointed with the last few years, because I feel that we made some some walks in back, in fact. What is your experience, because you start in my opinion, 15 years earlier than we made it in Poland.
Well, as one of my slides was about this evolution of cluster policy in Catalonia, and we also had a lot of difficulties, a lot of learning by doing. I think that, well, we are lucky that we really had this great inspiration from the top level at the beginning. So this was, as I put in my slides, a fortunate coincidence that we had the right person in the right moment, and also our Ministry of Industry, Mr. Subirà, was in office during a decade, more than 10 years. So this is, he set the basis for cluster concept also to be well known, and also created this dialogue with. In fact, one of his sentences was that the most important achievement of cluster policy, in my opinion, was to create a more strategic dialogue with private sector. And this is because through cluster and through the analysis of the strategic challenge of cluster from the public administration, from the government, this is not so usual, at least it wasn't at the epoch so usual. You have more elements to discuss with companies, with entrepreneurs, to what is the real problem they are worrying. And this is, well, at the beginning, well, we have this inspiration, but then I think it was also a matter of taking this from the technical side, and some of the people we are there with Joanne, my colleague, that is now the director of strategy. We are there since the last almost 25 years. We try to invest a lot on people, on the team, and the team also, it's quite senior. And we have a lot of difficulties, but at least at technical level, we have a continuity. Then, and this is very well explained in the case from Harvard, after Subirà, we have a lot of different changes in the leadership of as it is normal, and not all the leaders, the politicians, they had the same vision about cluster. But at least we had this initial inspiration, and then the work continued at technical level. Sometimes we have some politicians that are understanding better the concept, and so they are more supportive on clusters, sometimes not, but then the ecosystem is already created, there are results, and this is make you stronger at the time of give continuity to the policy.
Jeszcze jakieś pytanie się pojawia?
Are there any other questions? Monica?
I talked about resilience of Polish clusters, and I want to know what was the change, what was the best change, of course, after the digitalization of activities in clusters in Spain after COVID pandemics, when you had to be resilient to show clusters should show the resilience. What was the main change in clusters in Spain?
Well, I think that clusters, not only in Catalonia, but in general, during the pandemic showed to be very responsive and very resilient in this sense. Also, there was I remember that because at that epoch, I was part of the Cluster Sp group with the Commission, and I see Marek there, and we see that really we had this very immediate answer to cluster, to how to organize, and I think one of the most important assets of cluster is the attitude also of the people that are working within cluster managers, the teams, and immediately there was this look in Catalonia. Each cluster look at what they can contribute to solve this crisis of that was generated from the pandemic. there were some clusters that were some ability in technical textile that started to investigate in how to provide masks or other things. That there was a lot of initiative, but especially there was this. Our clusters in Catalonia were very used to talk among them. There was a lot of activity in which that I cannot explain here for time questions. There was very able to cooperate, so they create immediately these meetings there was more than once per week in which they try to solve this, and so this aspect of talking the same languages, talking about have this strategic vision about how to solve problem help a lot. And so this is, I think, this aspect of resilience is especially linked to the type of people that are working with clusters. Regarding digitalization, this is something that, well, it's very transversal. We have a digital cluster in our ecosystem, but really each cluster have their part in digitalization. We have seen, especially also with artificial intelligence, there are almost even the most traditional, like Ambit in the contract clusters and or in the fashion industry, that is the evolution of textile. There are a lot of new business model emerging using digital as a key driver for competing.
Bardzo dziękuję, Alberto.
Thank you very much, Alberto. Thank you so much for this inspiring lecture and presentation. And we really appreciate what you've done to show us the good practices, the cases inside the clusters and for the public administration. I've made a lot of notes. And what I do really remember and what's important for us is that one of the examples of baking seal that you've mentioned, like other institutions and ministries are also engaged in the process. In Poland, we are reactivating council for the reactivation at the Ministry of Development and Technology. So I think that the clusters could be the first point for the reactivated council to motivate other departments to see it as a common topic, as a shared topic. So it's a very good case for us, very good example, and we can show them that it is happening. So thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to have a coffee break. It will be slightly shorter than we planned. So we will only meet 5 minutes later here because we have another presentation of a representative of the European Commission. But in the meantime, let's have a short break.
Tylko sprawdzimy sobie. Okej, jest tak, dobra.
Dzień dobry ponownie.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the coffee break. I can see that the curtains have made this space cozier, but it makes it difficult for everyone to gather. But it's possible to get in here. For the guests online, you can't see the curtains that we've got here. But I think most of us are already here. As I said before the break, now we're going to hear Mr. Marek Przeor, team leader from DG Grow. Marek, thank you very much for your presence here. In the morning, we mentioned that we were getting you from the airport. I don't have to introduce Marek Przeor. It's a person who has been known to all of you here for many years, either personally or through different meetings where we host Marek. And you always come, you always respond to our invitation, you're always in dialogue with us, which makes it possible for us to learn European perspectives better, not only in terms of clusters, but also in the entrepreneurship policy, policy of value chains development. And now when EU documents are being drawn up in terms of new perspective, new financial perspective, then the look of the Commission at what's going to happen in the future and what role of clusters is there. So this is what really interests us. So, Marek, thank you very much once again, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I wanted to really thank you for this invitation. I've been to this conference 2 years ago. So it was the last time, and also before. And it's a unique survey because it's been done since 2010, every 2 years. So it's very consistent. The 300-400 pages of the report, well, contains a lot of content. And for experienced people who deal with clusters policy, industrial policy, scientific policy, it's an inspiration for the creation of tools to improve elements which are highlighted in this report, this study. What I'm going to do is I will try to present a bird's eye view of the direction that the ship is sailing. Some of you have already seen it or heard it, but I'll try to base it on the context of clusters policy because time flies, and in 2021, when I said it, when I repeated it, we already talked about industrial policy, which had already been modified after the COVID crisis. We were already talking about the application of the common market, of taking into account strategic dependencies after COVID-19. What's interesting, our closest ally, the United States, didn't want to share with us in terms of vaccines. I was in the working group then. It was 2020, and then we had this first signal that the United Europe has to be sovereign and independent. So we had this mantra in Brussels, which we can still hear in some parts of environment dealing with trade. It's about the free trade and principles of the free trade. And in fact, the Polish presidency, well, the mantra was still present during the Polish presidency, but President Trump changed it. He impacted the change of relationships of colleagues dealing with trade in the Commission, in the European Commission, quite considerably because there was no other choice. So the acceleration of the harmonization, digitization, it all already happened in 2021. We already talked about it, clean tech and the promotion of European competitiveness. I am reminding you of the slide. I will get back to a current slide later, because I wanted to show that, in Europe, we have quite a big asset in the form of clusters. According to our estimates, there are above 3,000 of them. 1,260 are present on the European platform of clusters. And according to the last survey, 700 were actively engaged in the activities that we took up. So we have about 1,000 of active clusters. We will have to remove 200 of them, but there are also clusters which do not exist on the European platform, and we have to reach them. So they are not present on the European platform. We have to reach them in order to be visible, because this networking in itself can, in the future, help, especially in terms of AI, when it comes to developing business in Europe. So the 170,000 of members of clusters, which are in Europe, more or less represent the structure which is reflected in the benchmarking in Poland. So 80% of the companies in Poland, 5% is the research, scientific institutes, universities, whereas in Europe it's 10%. So there are slightly more universities on average in Europe than in Poland in clusters. The most important thing now for the number of 70 to grow, and during my presentation, you will understand why on the European level the number of 70 is very important to us. So on the European level, we've got two instruments. One of them is the platform, which serves to engage the cluster community. It's not a direct fund for the clusters, but it helps us engage them. During the last 10 or so years, it's cluster intelligence, and this refers to what Alberto said before, that in reality, it's important to have friends among politicians, among authorities who want to support clusters policy, because only then can you create instruments and develop a region. So we had this idea to set up cluster meet regions, which would create consciousness, awareness in a given region, and at the same time shape clusters. In Poland, the A4 motorway made it possible to have 3 cluster meet regions in Silesia, in Lesser Poland, and then in Podkarpackie, Subcarpathia. We didn't have any in the north, in the east, or in the west. And maybe these are the areas, regions where we should have them. So this is the lesson that, let me give you an example from Northampton. There was a clusters meeting. So at the end, it consolidated clusters which were not, or which had not been so consolidated at the beginning. So they got consolidated to such an extent that they wrote a strategy for the region, which was adopted and taken into account in the strategy for the region and by the Ministry of Economy. So these small events have a ripple effect and lead to a situation, to a moment where suddenly the authorities and clusters become cooperating for everybody's benefit. We're going to continue this trend. Cluster collaborations labs. These are labs for labs to create or design their projects together. The last one took place in Skopje. And I know that there are a lot of projects which were then part of applications. They are discussed in these meetings. There are instruments in Interreg, in the Horizon, interregional innovations investments from the European Fund for Regional Development, clusters, Booster Academy, over 100 managers and members of cluster organizations who have been trained with the participation of experts, practitioners. We also have Strasbourg University with a special department which trains cluster managers. We've got cluster talks every 2 weeks. And tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning, we've got cluster talks where Euro clusters are going to introduce themselves and show new initiatives. It takes 1 hour, and it helps our clusters stay afloat and to monitor what happens in Brussels, what new information there is, how to do, what to do, where to invest their time. 2 weeks ago, because we are just going to publish the bioeconomy strategy, which is a very important strategy in terms of the development of the EU economy, especially from the perspective of decarbonization. So cluster talks and matchmaking events. It's an international event. The last month, October, was very proliferate. We went to Singapore, Taiwan, Vietnam, in India, and this is what we're going to continue. Every 2 years, we've got a contract renewal with a possible potential contractor. Now we're undergoing negotiations, and we're going to decide whether we will extend the contract or choose a new consortium. Another leg is the Euroclusters. And Euroclusters' objective is to match clusters in Europe. And the main element here is to match them or combine not only cluster organizations, but also entrepreneurs from these clusters organizations or members of the organizations. We had the first generation of that. Now we're undergoing, or we're in the process of the second generation. It's not a lot of money, but it's a catalyst to build cooperation. And owing to the fact that we already have cooperation between clusters, the meta cluster of creative industry in Europe is being set up, where we have creative clusters, but they haven't worked with each other before. So now we have a meta cluster. Also, we have an alliance of bioeconomy clusters, which was set up in March. So these are the tangible effects. There are 5 Polish clusters among the Euro clusters, so it's not so bad. But it could be better. There is still a lot to do if we take into account the potential, because we always like to compare ourselves to Spain. There are 17 of them. So I think this is the direction that we should take, and recommendation for PARP and for the ministry in connection with what awaits us in the future, which is the direction of development that has been defined by the competitiveness compass at the beginning of this year, which is a strategic vision adopted by the EU, because it was approved by the Council and by the Parliament. When you compare it with my first slide, you will see that the direction has not changed. It's very similar, but the focus points have changed. They are towards security now. You will see it later in the slide related to long-term financing framework plans. So this is related to Draghi's report and Letter report. Innovation gap. If we cut out the ICT part, it's not so bad in Europe, because in the mechanical industry or chemical industry, and still automotive industry, we are still at the top. I don't have to tell you what the role of clusters is here. In this benchmark analysis, it is shown that about 75% of clusters do not meet the requirements of this role. In Poland, combining or matching the businesses with the scientific units is something, well, I've been dealing with it for 22 years. There's been progress. When I worked, the first minister of innovation, when I worked for the Ministry of Economy, didn't know what that was. But now, of course, it's changed. We've got 1.50. I was proud that it's accelerating and the structure is changing. The last changes, however, show that it's going down again. So this element is something that we have yet to work on. And for 20 years, many political parties have wanted to change it, especially when it comes to remuneration for those who deal with scientific research at universities, so that they are not only rewarded by means of salary, but also based on cooperation with the economy. It's a separate topic, but here clusters through the cooperation with the universities, polytechnical universities, have a lot of opportunity to engage in this process, promote this process, and if it's supported by the right scientific research or industrial infrastructure, if they can support internships or apprenticeships at universities. So this is still there is still a lot to do here for clusters.
Another topic is decarbonization and competitiveness, as well as impact on the environment. That was verified in the benchmarking of clusters survey, and that clusters are a real avant-garde in this regard. They can transfer technology in order to accelerate processes and acquire new, clean technologies, but also in terms of processes. And again, it is possible because they are flexible, they are able to network, and networking, therefore, plays a key role here, both at the European level and at the local level. And if we want to unleash this potential and use it of the complementary between the knowledge and other necessary aspects, it will be possible, as well as reduction of excessive dependencies. It refers both to the value chains built within the European Union, but also refers to have in the value chain checkpoints where you can verify whether you have proper checkpoints. Because if you don't have control over the whole process, at least you can check the chunks of this value chain. This is an example with an ISNF from the Netherlands is able to do it. They are able to check it, for instance, within their value chain. So basically, These are three crucial aspects. But last but not least, as well, diversification and acquiring and trade agreements between the EU and other economic areas. We are going to also organize match meetings, international match meetings, well, where we can seek for partners in Canada, Mercosur, Southern America. Probably this agreement will be signed, then India, Vietnam. What else? Saudi Arabia and Arab Emirates and all neighboring countries. Morocco in the north part of Africa. And obviously all other countries that want to access the European Union, like Ukraine, Moldova, and Balkans. So we are going to work in this context in terms of clusters. However, we also have horizons and horizontal actions that also regard the clusters, because this is obviously a simplification. And we very often talk about simplification in the EU context. A year and a half ago, no one wanted to hear the regulation term. A month ago, President von der Leyen used this word, deregulation. When she was referring to the Polish presidency, well, I felt a bit... I was in two minds, frankly. Especially when Mr. Brzuska was mentioning the deregulation, because we are talking about two things, certification and deregulation. Now Poland started this topic, but frankly now everyone is talking about it, especially in the chemical or steel industry. In terms of reporting, environmental reporting, ESG, etc. So 90% of entities were taken out of the scope. But let's be frank, the actual situation in the EU is not very different from what we had in the past. We have main group of politicians. Maybe it is not that visible, but the priorities set are just the same. And they are continued. They are being continued. So unified market, this is the element that we need to bear in mind. And the EU prepared strategy, the plan, 10 barriers, including 10 barriers. The greatest barriers are seen in services sector. Nothing has changed for the last several years. The member states behave just the same as in 2004. If you remember the Polish plumber from these times, so mentally we are at the same level right now. So unified market in services, in finances especially, is still to be improved, it's still to be created. And clusters, regardless of what is happening, how fragmented the European Union market is, they may play a role. So the European Commission is preparing the regime 2028. It will be very difficult, and we are aware of that, to be approved by the European Parliament, but this regime 2028 is absolutely crucial in order to scale the enterprises at the level they are scaled in the US, in order to have similar, the same rules for everyone, for all the companies that want to grow, that want to be modern. Until the end of 2026, we are going to propose this regime 2028, and we'll see what will be the feedback. Because we cannot keep on repeating that we need to compete, that we need to scale, and at the same time have 27 totally different, separate markets of 27 member states. As you all know, all the enterprises give us feedback that until 10, 30 million they can earn here, and then they cannot make money because the Chinese or American companies enter the market. They don't have proper ability to finance high-risk investments here in Europe. And last but not least, financing competitiveness. Why is it important? Because the European funding has to be a catalyst in order to meet the purposes, the goals of the European Union. So in the next focus, European focus, there are going to be more tools and more goals. So guarantees, but fewer grants and fewer subsidies. So clusters should either integrate and include financial agencies within their structures, or enter into agreements with entities, with authorities that grant credits or loans or guarantees, give guarantees. In terms of skills and quality, Poland in 2060, the statistical office shows there are going to be 30 million Poles if nothing changes. In order to keep this growth potential, in order to meet and speed up and try to keep up with the UK and Germany, without help, it is not possible. Without innovations, it is not possible. So we need to have proper human resources here. And clusters can be treated as source of human resources, proper human resources. And they could organize practices, internships. Well, in some countries, it is a natural process. In other countries, it is an official process. For instance, in some countries, the cluster organizations cannot participate in programs that are related to training, to education. I don't know what the situation looks like in Poland, but I think we can work it out. Coordination. Well, coordination, well, it's important because the European Commission wants to fulfill goals of the European Union for the European funds. That's why it has to be coordinated. So we have multi-level governance, so-called. So, in a nutshell, in July, we have heard what are the financial frameworks. Now it is being debated in the European Council and in the European Parliament. Out of 70 programs, it was reduced to 16 in 6 main blocks. First block refers to what you are used to. So this is Europe's economic, social, and territorial cohesion, agriculture, rural, and maritime prosperity and security. So management together with the member state, 800 million euro. Second block, managed and governed by the European Commission by means of a special agency, competitiveness, prosperity and security. And again, right now, the Horizon, the Innovation Fund, and so-called, as you can see, the Erasmus Plus, it has been all combined, linked into one project, into one block. So the point was to combine research with industry in one instrument. And 3, Global Europe. In the past, it was just support for the poorer countries. Now it translates into an instrument. This is a positive change. So this is support for partnership agreements. We have 76 trade agreements right now between the European Union and other entities, and we have 200 billion euro. So why am I showing this? Because in each and every block, there is a role to play by clusters. And there are going to be instruments where clusters can benefit from. And let me be straightforward. You get used to the first block because it's the easiest one. But the future perspective, the future focused, this is not going to be a really big cake for such countries as Poland. Because we have already been developing for 20 years. So our country is doing quite well. So we are successful. And the cohesion policy helps poorer countries, poorer member states. So there are voices, especially here in Warsaw region. Warsaw region is in few top regions in Europe. Well, you can probably, if you are here and look at what we have right now and used to have in the past, well, this is a huge change. Sometimes you don't even imagine how we have changed over time. For some people who have come here and visited us 20 years ago and they come right now, the change is enormous. In 2010, in 2013, I said that we are not going to get money forever from the European Union, and we need to fight for it. We need to try to get it, but from a different context. In the context of cooperation, European cooperation. And Alberto, for instance, as in Spain, I'm mentioning Spain because you have to know how they are trying to benefit from this Horizon instrument. This is the second or third member state, that is really benefiting from this instrument. And why? Because they have proper people on board. It hasn't happened just by itself. So this is what I'm trying to say to PARP and to the ministry. This is the direction that you should be heading in. Because it's not about money that you have to take. You can get, but the possibility, opportunity to grow by being in this value chain, in the supply chain. And last but not least, these clusters that are already in the Euro clusters are going to benefit from it.
It's a more detailed regional and national plan. If it's approved, they will be negotiated. As of now, we have discussions whether it should be implemented only on the national level or maybe also the regional level. But that's not what I wanted to say. I wanted to talk about the European Competitiveness Fund. What's important here is that this program will include the whole cycle from the research to stage to the implementation stage. That's why at this stage also the support in financing, but from the grant to financial instruments. In order to build a factory, you need more money, and it would be good if the factory were supported by banks and financial institutions and big corporations so that it makes sense in terms of business, and to have it verified by Excel file at the end so that you have return on investment. So the Europe Horizon, 175 billion euros. It's double of what we have, but the Horizon Europe, so that what is produced is taken over by the other more industrial part, which will leverage 1 to 4, 1 to 7 by means of instruments, promotional banks, European Investment Fund. And this is where the role of clusters begins. because there have been scientific research. So for the research to make sense for the economy, so this business industry-driven research, and there the role for clusters, so that the members of clusters and the clusters become an investment hub, constitute an investment hub, a territorial place which attracts investors. So here, this is where the top-down priorities from the EU Commission begin or come into play. From this European Competitiveness Fund, as you can see, well, it's 125 billion, more than half is devoted to security, dual use. And this is the big change in comparison to the first slide that we've seen. It's something that we didn't think of 5 years ago, that the money from the European Development Fund will be used to finance dual use or defense aspects. Now it's clear in all instruments. So it should now be reflected in economy too. That's also important. It should drive innovations. Another one is digital leadership, where we have robotization, automation, AI, quantum factories, AI factories, and big investments towards these goals. Health, biotechnology, food and agriculture industry. It's 18% GDP in Europe. It's a big market. And bioeconomy, biotechnology. There will be the so-called Biotechnology Act by the end of December, and it will refer to the use of biotechnology in medicine. And next year, we'll have Biotechnology Act devoted to the industrial use of bioeconomy. Then we've got clean transition technologies, clean technologies. It's sad that we've already lost the photovoltaic technology to the benefit of China, but we still have the wind energy, especially the Danes, the Basques, but also Pomerania in Poland, which also shows that in Poland we also have the transition from where the energy was produced to where it will be produced, from the south to the north. So it also affects the location of businesses and costs allocated to it. So what I wanted to draw from this is three elements to draw from this European Competitiveness Fund. The first one is the article EU for Business. Article. It's something that will consolidate what we do on the European Cluster Platform and Enterprise Europe Network. So the clusters will belong to Europe Network. We will all belong to one platform where clusters will be both recipients of the support of PARP, but also cooperators and innovation agencies of chambers of commerce. We hope that it will all be on the platform that will also, we hope, use AI. And it's going to be implemented in 2028. Another thing that refers to clusters, in my opinion, is the single market value chains builder. This is my favorite, personally, because it is related to European integration. So we're going to build on EU clusters and meta clusters. And this is where the SME support is important. And the most important thing will be the building of value chain. We talk about local content need in Europe that should be built on the European level. So there will be support for that. And tech front runners, those who are leaders in technologies in Europe, should also be able, or should also have a scale, achieve a scale, both through their suppliers subcontractors in SMEs, among SMEs. The first one refers to the building of value chains or completing value chains. The other one, the second one, refers to the support of those and assistance provided to those who are the best. Usually they are the biggest companies, such as ASML. So they should be supported on a global level. And here we've got global Europe, geographical directions. What's also important for clusters is the enlargement. And here we've got Alexander from Ukraine from European Cluster Alliance. In 2028, 2035, that's the strategy, the time frame of the strategy where Ukraine, Moldova, and the West Balkans should join the EU. So this is also a framework for cooperation. Last week we had a big conference and in Warsaw, where 10,000 people came to this Rebuild Ukraine conference. Middle East, North Africa, etc., Sub-Saharan Africa, Asia Pacific. So these are the geographical regions where we're going to invest. For Poland and Polish enterprises, Ukraine has a different importance than, for example, for Portugal or Spain, which are interested in South America. So to conclude, we are renewing the contract. We're going to update our database related to all clusters in Europe. We are implementing Eurocluster second generation. So you are invited to come to this cluster collaboration at 8:30 meeting tomorrow. You can listen to what the clusters are doing now. Then we've got the European Cluster Expert Group that we're going to have a group of up to 60 people, 27 representatives from every member state, plus experts dealing with clusters. The applications will be announced in December, and so we can start in January. And this group is going to help us identify how we're going to modify European policy in comparison to what I've said before. And already today, I would like to invite you to a conference that will be held during the Irish presidency in November 2026 in Dublin, the capital of Guinness. This is where we will know much more after the negotiations with the Parliament, with the Council, as to direction it's going in terms of the European funds. And just at the very end of the presentation, I wanted to show you this application, a mobile application related to European funds. It's been available for about a week. It's not only so you can monitor not only at Cluster Talks what we do, but you can look at applications and submissions in the EU. So thank you very much for your attention, and sorry for talking for such a long time. Thank you very much. I didn't even notice it was longer, and I didn't want to interrupt you, by no means. And I think that in short, you said that the jokes are over, and now I think that it's true. I think everybody understands it. Thank you for this, for being so succinct, talking about what's happening when we look from the outside at the agency. We're trying to fit the pieces of the puzzle together. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a bit late, that is true. But if there is a question from the audience, yes, we do have one audience. So can you please pass the microphone to the person asking? Thank you very much for mentioning Ukraine. When we talk about strengthening of the cooperation between Poland and Ukraine, what are the recommendations to strengthen this cooperation next year? I think that it's already happening. Between the clusters from Poland in Europe, the cooperation is already happening, as far as I know. Of course, we can do more. Yes, that's true. So how do we intensify it? On the European level, we've got these clusters. We've got this EU-Ukraine cluster partnerships, 6 partnerships, and they were the first ones. Now we have this big fund of support for Ukraine. We don't have that many funds to support clusters there, but there are funds to support the integration of Ukrainian companies with the European, including Polish companies and businesses. One of the most important and most active in this process is the German GIS organization. The question is whether those in Poland can also be as active. I would say that we should look at those who know how to do it and do what they do. On the European level, there will be this instrument of building a value chain. We should get ready for that because it will be implemented in 2028. But in order to build a value chain with somebody, we have to collaborate first. It seems that the eastern area will be privileged, the eastern region will be privileged in terms of cooperation with Ukraine. Maybe there will be additional funds for it available, but at the end of the day, it all depends on building trust between the coordinators of Polish clusters and Ukrainian clusters. Ukrainian clusters are now at the stage of establishing. So this is a stage that we were at about 20 years ago, the Polish clusters. But it is a big opportunity for the Polish clusters to build this mechanism of trust and cooperation that will be profitable and that will be able to use the funds in 2028 and later, whether somebody likes it or not. This is what it is. The world moves on, and unless something unexpected happens, this is where it's going, but we never know. And now the last question. Thank you very much. Krzysztof Myszkowski from the Technical University of Warsaw, CESAMAT, and also the research network. And I wanted to make a comment on what you said about cooperation with the science. There is no way out, so to speak. Poland has some instruments such as the industry contact points. We've been cooperating with Magda within the framework of the circularity cluster. But we won't always be able to help you, but if you contact us, we can always do something together. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much once again for your presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are a bit over time, so we are going to eat fast later on. But right now, we are going to have an important part dedicated to good practices and best practice session. I would like to ask PhD Dominika Kuberska from the University of Warmia and Mazury in Olsztyn to run this part. First, we are going to listen to 5 best practices. Then we are going to talk it through. Ms. Monika is our expert, and she is with us because she's really interested in clusters and she specializes in competitiveness. And clusters are about competition, right? And being competitive. Ladies and gentlemen, well, some time ago, we used to hear nihil de nobis, Nothing about us without us. And today, on the 18th of November, that's the right time to say that's nothing about clusters without the clusters. So we are going to give the floor to them. So this part is going to be dedicated to best practices that were revealed during the survey, 42 clusters. And as you have heard, many members of the clusters took part in the survey and answered multiple questions. And out of these all answers, we chose 13 best practice. We are going to hear 5. So identification of the best practice was the crucial part of the whole survey. And there were quite rigorous criteria, innovativeness, and the possibility to implement these practices in other clusters. Today's speakers, they are representatives of the coordinators of clusters, are going to present solutions that I think might be a real inspiration for the cluster environment, not only in Poland. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on from theory to practice. And we are going to hear 5 presentations. It's going to be really dense, and I hope that we can maybe ask questions, but maybe after each presentation. I think it will be better. It will be better. So, without further ado, I would like to ask Silesia coordinator, Mrs. Czeremcha, and she's going to present best practice of her cluster. Meet Silesia. Thank you very much. It is going to be really dense and inspiring, so I do hope that I will meet this challenge. We are the first ones to present, so I think this is not by chance. Based on the last survey carried out by Ipsos, I think the greatest worry for all Poles is the healthcare. This is not about inflation, this is not migration, this is not security. We are really taking care and we are really afraid of our healthcare, whether we are going to afford it, whether we are going to be able to do it, whether we are going to get proper help. So I think these are the challenges that are not only visible in Poland, but in the European Union. They refer to the demographic change. This is related to HR, that we are aging as a society, and this aging society has more civilizational diseases. This is happening already. So let's start with this topic that is related to healthcare, even though my best practice that I want to show you refers to the topic related to silver economy. And let me explain why. Why we call it Silesia, why we are mature enough to share this practice with you, why we want to propose it to you. This is a kind of model that can be incorporated in other regions, in other clusters, and you can inspire by this. And it also might be an inspiration for other European regions. So from our own perspective as coordinators of the clusters, what is important is the stability of operation. It is strategy. And based on the team that we have, the team that has a mission, vision, but also effective tools in order to meet and implement these goals. And let me stress it, this is possible due to these institutions that we have here, the Górnośląski Akcelerator Przedsiębiorczości, which is supported by Gliwice City. Why am I mentioning it? Because we have our cluster already for 18 years. Everything is changing. The authorities are changing. The financial tools are changing. But the stability in terms of cooperation with the companies is crucial. And because GAPR assumes a very comprehensive services, not only soft services, but this is also the ability, the possibility to benefit from funds, from a wide range of opportunities in terms of international projects, cooperation international, not only within the projects. And we are able to be here where we are right now thanks to their support. So we are in the Silesian region. It also shows you why Silesia. We have most companies in terms of manufacturers of medical products. So from the network of cooperation that we had, 17, where there were 17 partners to the first agreement, right now we are a national cluster that associates, I don't want to exaggerate, but you may check it on your own. You will see all the most important manufacturers. So advanced medical products were our core. So this consequence in operation was absolutely important. But thanks to the surrounding, the environment that we are working in, it was only possible owing to them. But it's not only about the place, the whole model related to cooperation in terms of advanced medical apparatus, medical equipment. They might be a real support for companies. Why? It is important because we want to give it to our most important partners. We heard today a lot that we need to be an answer to the challenges of the market. Listen to the companies and try to answer their needs. And I hope that the practice that I'm going to show you is based on years of experience that we have. And we can boast about it right now. I also invite you to Gliwice to visit it next year during a conference that will take place in May. So, Med Silesia Innovation Room. This is the title of the main system. This is the system of cooperation that is combining business, academia, science in order to create an incubator for grow, and it is also related to actual social needs of the society. So our practice refers to such areas like rehabilitation and robots dealing with it. However, that's not the point. I want to focus on the seniorial support that was checked during the survey. So I'm going to focus on helping seniors and the silver services because we are all going to benefit from it. And we are definitely going to have to deal with it. Either we are the ones who are going to be carriers, who are going to take care of the seniors in our family, our aging parents or members of the families, or we are the ones who are going to benefit from it. So the point was to create an innovative model, an ecosystem of protection and taking care of the aging persons. So we carried out a pilot in Gliwice, and we prepared a model. So this is an effective system that we have in Gliwice. So what we want to use, a close cooperation with the universities, third age universities, senior clubs, or senior councils, or any other organizations that are building this system to help the companies to implement such solutions that will answer the questions and answer the needs and requirements of the people. So these are, for instance, Living Lab Senior, and companies can test proper solutions. It doesn't have to be a physiotherapist. It can be a carer. Because if we have any difficulties in our physical condition, so the first point is to present the solutions that are available, that there are and can be used, and we can touch and feel them. And second of all, we want to build awareness of managing people that are taking care of medical entities, medical organizations. Show the decision makers what is possible, what are the options available. And I would like to stress what has already been said earlier. Our role is to inspire other regions, but also to cooperate with clusters from Ukraine, like Lviv cluster, show them and support them, and how they can translate our tools, our solutions into their realities. What we would like you to remember from this presentation is the platform for testing with the end users of our solutions. This is a space this is also a space for animation, but this is also an educational platform. Lots of insight, lots of information for people who deal with physiotherapy, who would like to use different available options on the market. Very often it takes a lot of time to find what you need. We wanted the place to look for information, to be the source, and to give them the options. This is a space that we offer. This is the showroom that we offer not only to Polish entities, but also abroad. We are present on the Medica fair. We encourage you to cooperate. We invite you to cooperation with us. We can boast about what we already have, so we want to inspire you, but we also want to be inspired by your companies. So, as I said, I encourage you to enter into cooperation, and we are open to any intersectoral options. Please stay with us. Maybe there are going to be any questions to this part. Are there any questions? Two weeks ago, I was in Paris, in medicine cluster, one of the largest clusters in terms of medicine, top of the top. We are cooperating with them. And Catalan, they are also great, and you are also cooperating with them. Wow. So especially BioAct right now will be very important for you, and cooperation at the European level. So I wanted to give you an example.
Based on medicine, they set up a spin-off of a cluster of oncological medicine, cancer medicine, with the support of the state, which built for infrastructure for 1 billion. So it's specialized only towards cancer treatment, and of course this cannot be done without the assistance of the state. But the assistance of the state attracted investors with a lot of capital, because we're talking about a lot of funds globally which are used for cancer treatment. So they got a refund of the billion. They started in 2022. It was very dynamic. Venture capital was involved. So if we could do something similar in Silesia in 7 or 8 years, that would be great. Like you said, the topic related to oncology is key, especially that in Silesia we've got the Center of Oncology, which is one of the most important institutes, not only in Poland, but also in Europe. These are the issues that we also talk when we are building the technological foresight of the Silesian Voivodeship 2050, because there is a role of clusters in engaging in this kind of activities, and the Marshal's office in Silesia, in Katowice, works with us within this area. I also wanted to refer to your presentations, challenges for companies related to over-regulation of Europe. When it comes to medical devices, regulations really affected where our companies are now and how they approach new projects and how we see it when it comes to getting funds, subsidies. At some point, these changes related to regulations, they really affected what we do today because we are afraid of the consequences related to certifications with MDR. Who is present in this industry knows that there is light MDR, and we've got a lot of competition from Asia, and that's something we wanted to protect Europe against, and now it's taking place. So I think that our motto, Together for Innovative Medicine, is a cooperation of many partners, many institutions, so that Polish medical devices, the advanced technologies that we have in Poland, in Silesia, in Gliwice, that they are supported. Thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause. Now, from Gliwice to Białystok. Now, let's listen about Evoluma. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. We are very happy that we can present our good practice in the presentation. Let me just say that I am a big fan of benchmarking studies. We've been part of one such survey since the very beginning. We just didn't take part in 2012, and I am looking forward to even more synergies with benchmarking and without the situation where without the coordinator we'll have less work, but we will be more efficient. So our headquarters, we are in a known cluster, but let me just say we are a technological park, scientific technological park. This is our headquarters in Białystok. But this year, for the first time, we also have representations from all 16 voivodeships. We didn't have Opolskie voivodeship, but now they have joined us too. So we've got representatives from all regions. We've got 153 member companies, 26 strategic partners, 14,000 of employees, and 100 export markets. The coordinator, as coordinator of the cluster, we inspire for changes in order to connect and develop potentials. This is the motto of our over 20 people team that we have developed during the discussions on rebranding. Our presentation of good practices is related to the industry in terms of, or in the spirit of Organization 5.0. The level of Organization 5.0, it's something that has been touched upon by Marek Przeor, so our engagement in Euroclusters for a few years, where when around 2021, 2020, the concept of Industry 4.0 caught up with technological topics. The scientists said that it's just marketing. It doesn't work. At some point, technology caught up, and it turned up that it was the human factor that didn't work in the structure. So the question arose how to do it. Now we've got 2 QR codes of solutions that we described. So ERFQ and PKD. So our instrument to get European funds. So every company from our industry can find a dedicated tool. There is slightly less information here, and it's easier to go through it. As for ERFQ platform, as coordinator, we have serviced 633 orders manually, emails, Excel files, orders. It was said that we didn't know, that we didn't have sketches, etc. But we did it. We talked about the value chains. We set up NDAs and other kinds of protection. When we talk about cooperation, we've known each other with Alexander for a few years. But as for the practical instruments, we anticipated around 2022 when we were modernizing facility for children in Crimea. It's our responsibility now. So when we have this IT tool for cooperation to pursue common projects, we're going to use it. 80 companies are logged here. When we talk about 5.0, we wanted to have a personal cost. This is the experience of our partners from 2019, that we have nice platforms, but they don't work in practice. So our engineers say that a human factor is needed there to drive this IT instrument, and we can see that it's very important. Another tool related to subsidies, the best sources of financing on a regional, Brussels, and state levels. An average company gets lost, even our clusters. So again, we try to, every quarter, organize breakfast with fans. The last one was last Thursday, and we share our ideas with representatives of the Agency of Technological Industry Development. So this is what Marek said, financing on a micro scale and the bigger elements with the Bank of State Economy. So we are trying to show all the possibilities that can be used. As part of post-COVID activity, we've got the catalog VRCom Expo. So it's a virtual catalog of clusters. If we can't go to the expo physically, we do it virtually. So after COVID, at some point, the trade fairs were organized in person again. Here you can see our presentations, our cluster stand with the old branding images. We also talk about instruments related to innovation. We are after the pilot project, nearly 4 million zloty. We could see and experience how our showroom looks. We talked about cooperation of science and business. Here is me with the rector of the Polytechnic University signing an agreement. So it was always about cooperation between business and the science. The space of university is filled with it. At first, we thought about technological park, but then we decided to be closer to the students. First 1 room, now 2 rooms, so that the students can work there. Here we've got the Extend lab of augmented reality. So we are already working. This project has a follow-up. Marcin Szczytko, a colleague who was preparing this presentation, wanted to add a few slides. I told him stop, because we are showing only the good practices that we have already achieved. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this concise and inspiring presentation. We see concrete tools and solutions. A question was asked, so to speak, but maybe we've got agreement from the audience that I will ask a question on behalf of all of you. So what are you going to do next? I think that this inspiration that we had at the university, one of our cluster members said that, well, it's nice that something happens in Białystok, but it's always just in Białystok. What about Suwałki? So now we are working towards the marshal's office in Podlasie. We are now pursuing a strategic project of 4 million euros. The first concept was about the range of 20 kilometers so that young people have access to technology such as big data, AI, robotics, 3D printing. We have 7 regions on the map. Tomorrow we're going to have a meeting with the design consortium, but as part of the pilot project, everything will be combined with Białystok, where we have the hub. There will be most technologies, but at the Powiat level. On Thursday, I went to Sołkówka, for example, in Czartajew locality. We will have some workshops on dual use. Approximately 20 kilometers away from the border with Belarus. The question is, there will be a competence center. Tanks have to be repaired. A year ago, we talked about the program, clusters program, or whether we can include dual use because the European Commission doesn't allow it. Today, in Marek's presentation, we could see that our bravery makes sense. So we want to scale these projects. In September, we had a meeting with partners from 8 regions who could test the technologies live, and they said, whether it's Asturias or Lombardy or Finland, that they wanted to work with this kind of technologies. Another nice example, when we talk about cross-border cooperation, so we've got the topic of the Lithuanian membership in our cluster. Yesterday, we got back to these discussions. So we want to open to cooperation with partners from Lithuania because we also focus on defense topics. And our colleagues from Lithuania have already invested a lot of money in it, and investments that will be started next year. When we look around, it's not only Germany, but also Lithuania that gets ahead of us. Thank you very much, Sebastian, for sharing this knowledge with us. One question from the audience, and just 20 seconds for your answer. So maybe it will be more of a comment and a thank you. I represent the Ministry of Technology and Development in my department. We deal with industry transformation, Industry 4.0. This topic is now 14 years old. I'm a fan of it. At the beginning, it wasn't received well, but then the industry saw that it's really important. I would like to thank you for indicating the 5.0 direction. It was outlined in the briefs commission, EU Commission in 2021, where they talked about resilience and sustainability. And I think it's a good moment for it to come back seriously, because there is also the element of Industry 4.0 there, but the human-centric element is also highlighted there. So thank you very much. This bottom-up approach and concept is very important. I talked with Minister Jaros recently, and there is openness for a broader dialogue because we are losing this race on the European level, the global level, and against other European countries. So if we don't break these silos, I think that this cooperation is really important, and we have to arrange a date to talk about dual use. For example, because it's too slow on our side. When we talk about the rebuilding of Ukraine, there are a lot of activities that will be related to these topics.
A round of applause. Now, we would like to ask the coordinator of Digital Creative Cluster to present their best practice. Welcome, Elżbieta Obrębowska. I'm a manager of the Digital Creative Cluster, supraregional cluster that is located in the central part of Poland. We are one of the smallest, but also very quickly growing one. So we are trying to support the digital transition, especially in terms of education, communication, and leisure. So these are immersial pods that compound for 40% of our time. We are creating the ecosystem in order to support innovations, and further expansion and internationalization. And I think the access to funds is crucial. So pandemic has changed totally everything. The way that we operate, both personally and professionally, we had to undergo a transition, and the technological changes played a key role in here. We had to adapt quickly. Many people from the organizations had to learn how to operate digitally and remotely. At the same time, the habits have changed of learners, students, and professionals. And in the world where the boundaries have blurred, the winner was the content, quality-wise content and engaging content. And it is important today. However, many independent experts, trainers, coaches don't have proper knowledge and know-how how to deal with this new reality, and there is a very visible gap between the creators and the possibility to use it. The answer to this gap was our tailor-made state-of-art program. This is a very intense 12-week program. It is carried out in a hybrid way. The participants work in cohorts. They have a proper access to recording studio. They have also access to content production. We focus on practice starting from the very first day. The participants build their own educational product and they make it ready for sales. So they come from scratch, from the very beginning till the ready product for sale. And even though we have limited resources, we build our program based on a maximum of our possibilities as a cluster. We set up the program together with Digital Space, Learning Space Institute and other partners who are members of our cluster, and we also invited technological partners, ecosystem partners, and media partners. And we limited to minimum the involvement, and we also wanted to show that with the minimum involvement you can grow, you can develop. But acceleration is not about supporting individual creators. We want to support the process in terms of digital promotion, especially in terms of really large enterprises, franchise enterprises, small and medium companies, informal way of learning sector. Each and every sector have their own goals, but the point is to have updated, scalable content. That's why we learn how to build scenarios, how to use micro content. We also learn how to use proper tools. The lesson learned: only combining education with technology gives a real effect. So please be sure that your participants are ready, that they support digital transition. Only then you can be a partner as a cluster. In our case, the acceleration program is not only the path for developing creators, this is a pipeline for funds and the channel linked to investors by means of regular workshops that we invite business partners, VC partners, and many others. Monica is smiling because we organized on Friday one of such events. And by this, we are supporting companies starting from the idea until production and financing. And this is the crucial difference. Service clusters, differently to industry and industrial clusters, work differently. They need to find quickly the solution, the technology. They want to scale the sector. And thanks to this, it is possible to grow and to develop. So if you want to find more, or you would like to talk about particular elements that what can you incorporate into your clusters from our idea, just let us know and let's be in contact. If there are any questions, please. A totally different sector. Well, there is a meta cluster. I have a meta cluster that I can contact you with. Okay, thank you. This is networking. Perfect. A quick question from me. This financial aspect was very interesting in here. And when we tried to, let me ask you a question. Because some of clusters are not that experienced in acquiring funds. For instance, VC funding. What is most important and what you should start with? Well, in our case, it's quite simple. We work with startups and funds, are searching for sources, frankly. That's the venture capital. It's typical for venture capital. They have to search for modern technologies, and they are really willing to engage in new events. When we prepared After Hours, this is an event that we carry out every 2 months. We always invite, we try to build it on content, on knowledge, on know-how, future about the sector, but we also engage startups that can show up. They can also show off. This is pitching. And very often, the venture capital funds want to take part in such meetings because they are interested in what is there, what are the options, and a very active part that we play here, that we are a touch point between the companies and startups and invested in startups. And I would say that if you have more mature companies, I would still try to organize such network meeting and invite maybe startups. Because your more mature companies can be institutions that will incorporate new technologies, startups, and mature companies also need. So you could be this facilitator of very interesting combinations between the venture capital and mature company. Thank you very much for your insightful feedback. And last but not least, next, I would like to ask Mr. Halawińska from the Circular and Recycling cluster. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really happy that I can show off a bit. I'm representing, as we have heard, the recycling and circular cluster. Oh, my slides are not changing, so just a second. So we are operating in whole Poland. We have representatives in the majority of voivodeships. The largest number, the greatest number of members are in La Société Leisure and Mazovian. Who are we? We are a cluster that was set up from the initiative on the entrepreneurs. So we are created for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs. So the focus is put on networking. So we are trying just to create proper space for our members to cooperate. How do we support our members? We have a great number of services. These are pro-inno service, so supporting in digital support and acquiring finances. We have ProGOS service that helps to deal with the circular economy, or Cluster Box or KNR Green. So the Cluster Box is our platform that our members can enter into cooperation with other enterprises. KNR Green, this is the first certificate, green certificate. Apart from that, we support our companies in spreading awareness in terms of circular economy and other related topics. We organize regular workshops, both locally and digitally and remotely. We have our Transition Manager Academia. This academia, both in terms of circular economy, and we are also preparing very advanced programs for the managers, high-level managers, how to get ready to make changes within these two areas. Apart from that, we organize Polish Circular Forum. This is sharing knowledge platform between the public administrations, academia. We are also an initiator of other events that, together with partners from the sector, we try to be the voice of the sector. But we do not only support, we also appreciate the companies within our cluster and what is happening in the terms of circularity. So we have a proper award that is given in different areas for products, to persons that promote circularity. And in practice, we try to approach it in a holistic way. Our approach is very holistic, that supports circular economy effectively.
One problem that we have, because there are more and more market trends which talk about circular economy being implemented and limiting the life of resources, but there is not one definition of circular economy. Every organization defines it in its own way, which also creates problems with implementation. There's still low awareness and low level of competences, especially when it comes to SMEs. There is no dialogue between business, science, and decision makers, political decision makers and regulators. And we also see that there are expectations of those who expect support in this transformation. So what have we done? There is a number of activities in 4 areas: dialogue and cross-sector cooperation. So we work on recommendations for the roadmap of circular economy for the nearest years. We've got coalition for recycling in the area of strategy and regulation. We have developed assumptions for the new circular economy roadmap 2025-2030. We are trying to provide consulting services for SMEs. We're at the ministry. We just started our Transformation Manager Academy. We've got Recycling Academy, and we we invite experts to share their knowledge. We also share our knowledge in the form of assistance for companies in the process of changes. We have developed over 50 strategies of circular economy audits. We focus on innovations and implementation of topics related to transformation. We have prepared our member companies to be ready for challenges related to ESG and the carbon footprint measurement. So we really affect the strategies, help shape the strategies. We support the companies. The mentioned over 50 strategies, I think it's something to show off. Thanks to that, thanks to supporting companies, we create more resilient value chains. Thank you very much. And please follow us and contact us. Thank you very much for this presentation, ladies and gentlemen. This is an opportunity to ask your question. We saw the contact details slide because the selection of good practices for the benchmarking 2024 report is related to the fact that experts hope that your solutions can be replicated by other clusters. So do you have any such experiences in your cooperation with clusters so far? And can other clusters have or contact you with their questions? So how to use your strategies in their solutions? Do you have such forms of cooperation? Because we've talked about cooperation. It's one of the new topics in this benchmarking report that has been mentioned by Monika Antonowicz at the beginning of our event today. Of course, yes, we are active here. We share our knowledge, our experience. We support clusters. We have been engaged very strongly in establishing the cluster of bioeconomy, but we also cooperate with other clusters in shared areas, and for the Polish Circular Fund. It's a unique event because as opposed to other such events, we engage members to work. We force them, so to speak, to share their experience and knowledge and to work out recommendations or solutions that we later pass on in the form of the ministry or the report by the ministry or other decision-making organizations. So I'm sure you know some inspiring techniques that might motivate others. Thank you very much. If somebody would like to contact you, please feel free to do so. And our last speaker in this session, from a Silesian cluster, Łukasz Górecki from Katowice, Silesia Automotive and Advanced Manufacturing, and he's going to present his practice related to resilience. Well, I'm still separating you from lunch, so I hope I will keep your attention for a moment. My name is Łukasz Górecki. I am the director of the Silesia Automotive and Advanced Manufacturing cluster, coordinated by Special Katowice Economic Zone. Thank you for recognizing us in this good practices section. We were hoping for that, but we didn't expect that, so it's a very nice surprise. Before I moved to the service, a few words about us. We've got a community of over 300 organizations, mainly active in Silesia. We've been on the market for over 15 years. Next year, we're going to celebrate our 15th anniversary. All these organizations create over 90,000 jobs and over 63 million zloty of turnover. For many years, we've had this highest badge for the cluster management excellence. We are a participant of European cluster of automotive clusters. We are an industrial cluster where the automotive industry plays the main role to producers of cars, of components at the different parts of the value chain of the sector. This year we have adapted our strategy, so we are opening up to industrial clusters. We want to create an ecosystem for the development of modern industry in Silesia. That's why we already have representatives of other productive industries. What we have in our cluster balance is the growing number of members who provide technology, supply technology, industrial companies which support the industrial transformation. So the goal of our cluster is to create space for innovations in industry, because today we're talking about the difficulties in implementation of technologies. So we're trying to create space for that, a space for design, testing, and implementation of innovations. We want the industry to have the right human resources for that, which are necessary. So we contribute to the preparation of the staff and supporting the existing staff. And of course, we strive for a sustainable industry. A good practice I wanted to talk to you about is the Resilience 2030 service. We didn't create it because everybody is talking about resilience now, and resilience is a catchy word. No. It's an evolution of activities we've been pursuing as part of our cluster's activity. For 14 years, we've been supporting transformation of industry, and we're trying for the industry to develop and to get qualified, to maintain competitiveness. Resilience 2030 service is another such step. We want to look holistically as the company, not only to focus on just one process or function, but look at the whole company. Especially today, it's important in terms of the trends of the growing instability, pressure on innovation, energy efficiency, etc. It's an innovative service designed with a thought of those companies which not only want to survive the transformation, economic transformation, but want to adapt to them and develop in them efficiently. So the building of organizational resilience, understood as the ability to adapt to and survive in the conditions of changeability and instability. So we based it on the main 4 pillars, which is the development through implementation of modern flexible strategies which build resilience to market challenges, cooperation based on trust, like in a cluster. Trust is the most important, and based on long-term partnership, mutual trust and respect, and shared goals. Guaranteeing high quality, it's something we've been focusing on for many years in industry. Quality is something that differentiates us from competition in the European market. So it's about the human resources as well and their competences. Resilience 2030 service has been constructed in PDCA methodology, which is the continuous improvement methodology. We design it, we test it. If it works, we implement it. The service is directed to companies which do not function as part of the cluster. It is for those companies which are outside of the cluster, but is pursued or completed together with the cluster members. As I said, we've got over 300 expert organizations, 80 suppliers of technology, and 200 companies which have been in the industry for a few dozen years. So this is our group of experts. The service itself is still at the stage of research and development. So all the more I am happy that it was recognized, because it's still being tested. We still have pilot projects. You can also take part in them as an organization. It's been divided into 2 stages. The first one, which focuses most of all on strategy, trend analysis, strategy review, and strategy adaptation to requirements related to digitization, ESG requirements, clients' requirements, looking for gaps. and we can bridge these gaps in different areas. Another thing is related to the implementation of the stages, of the steps, verification and standardization of what works. As I mentioned, this service is completed as part of 7 steps, but to encourage others to take part in it, we are now organizing workshops, Resilience 2030 workshops, in which you can take part at the stage of testing. Today, also, workshop like that is taking place. Their goal is to to have a discussion in order to identify priorities in striving for resilience. Every participant gets access to a guide which guides them through a database of films and podcasts which present knowledge. It applies the method of micro-learning, that is learning through watching videos. So these are small pills of knowledge which serve to inspire, to shade the possibilities of using different technologies and solutions in order to join this full-scale service of 7-step resilience 2030. Why is it worth it? Well, I'm sure I don't have to prove it to you. We all know that we need to build resilience in your own organization over a long term. Our participation in this model gives to companies better readiness and better strategy, cost effectiveness, because of and building of the image of a good employer, better relationships with investors, understanding needs of their clients. That is the higher value of the brand. To sum up in one sentence, how do I see this service? If I wanted to sell it to you, it's an instruction for survival and development. So first is the competences, and secondly, tools for companies to be able to react more quickly, to act with more confidence and develop in spite of the instability of the market. So you are all invited. The workshops, Resilience 2030, are organized in the country with the use of our mobility infrastructure, mobile infrastructure. So we can come to your organization and organize this workshop for you or your entrepreneurs and encourage them to build resilience in their organization until 2030. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, only a few minutes before the break, but I won't let Łukasz go without at least one question. I myself have a few. I would like to emphasize the topic, the subject of cooperation. It's not so natural, it might seem. Some clusters are seen as very close to new members, and your service reaches outside. And the report also shows that your cluster has a strong cooperation with your competitors. So if you could briefly tell us about the cooperation with other automotive clusters in Poland. As I understand, there are 4 such clusters in Poland, or maybe more. Some time ago, I heard that we created a meta cluster, which I hadn't planned. But in our cluster activity, we are striving for cooperation, and we are open to cooperation. So yes, there are 4 automotive clusters. We work in the same industry, but we are different. Simple examples. The Silesia Automotive is mainly about big organizations, international industry, which creates some barriers to what we do, how we do it. For example, internationalization isn't our priority because our companies are international. But the Polish automotive group has a completely different situation. There are SMEs, Polish SMEs, which expect internationalization. And through our cooperation, we decided to learn from each other. 2 of the clusters are domestic clusters, 1 isn't, and 1 wants to be international. So I think for them is a big value to work with us and to see how we do things and learn from us. So I'm sure there are a lot of areas where we overlap, where members of one cluster will not will find some new activities in our cluster, and we want to support their work, and we want to support work activities done by other clusters. For example, today we've got this Resilience 2030 workshop in the meeting of the Polish Automotive Group in Lower Silesia. So our expert has gone there to support them as part of this cooperation. So I think it's a real example of this cooperation. Thank you very much. A big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to 5 presentations about 5 very interesting good practices, and I recommend reading information not only in the report, benchmarking of clusters, but also on the particular clusters' websites. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to thank to Izabela, Łukasz, Elżbieta. I was asked here by the organizers to officially close this session and to invite you to lunch. But before we leave, the organizers are asking you to come back here in half an hour. So please take this into account. Thank you very much.
Działa? Działa. Dobrze.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. So please take your seats. So welcome after a short break. We are still waiting for an expert lecture and then 5 best practice sessions. There are some people networking in the corridor, but let's start because I want to appreciate your punctuality. And I would like to invite Mr. Paweł Weiss. We know that you take care of clusters. You are a director in Regional Development Department in the Marshal's Office of the Podkarpackie region. I believe that your expertise might be very helpful to all of us, but I would like to thank you very much indeed for sharing your expertise with us. So we heard today about Catalonia, and now we will hear about Podkarpackie region. So the floor is yours, sir. Thank you very much indeed. I would like to thank the organizers for this possibility to share my experience within the clusters. My department is quite rich, I would say, because we deal with innovative strategy, but that's okay. Because if you have so many topics to deal with, then you need to be very agile, flexible. So only positive sides. So I would like to talk you through the presentation. First of all, we would like to tell you about the context, what kind of region we are. Then we will look at the role of smart specializations in our region. And I would like to stress that we didn't do it on our own. We did it together with our entrepreneurs and with the involvement of clusters. Then we would like to move on to mapping, how we mapped our ecosystem of innovations, why we did it, that we wanted to be a facilitator, because the local authority sees its role as a creator and supporter of the innovative process, and you cannot do it without this economic aspect, and you need to work with enterprises. Then I will move on to clusters themselves. How do we perceive them? I stress that we are a real source of clusters because there are many clusters born within our and created within our region. And then I would like to also describe how cooperation with clusters looks like, what we are able to do. I will give you some examples. Later on, I'll move on to challenges that are still ahead of us. This is a process. This is nothing that we can boast about, and that's the end of our road. This is something that we are still learning. We are learning by listening to our partners. The conditions are changing. The social and economic environment is changing. International situation is changing. That's why we need to position ourselves somewhere. And then, what is the future? What, in our opinion, are directions for development? I do hope that my presentation will be practical for you. So we are a region in the southern east of Poland, and we are growing quickly, but the demographic pressure will be seen in our region. So these changes are approaching us, I have to say. On average age, this is 42.8 years old, which shows that we are aging a bit and that this average age is increasing. So, as you know, we are in the part of Poland. We try to speed up, and we would like to be at a really high level in terms of development. We had this pandemic year where we could see that this trend slowed down, but as you all know, that was very particular for our region. We are a kind of paradox because on one hand, we are one of the most industrialized region, but there are many paradoxes in my region. We have fewest doctors per 1,000 inhabitants, residents, but we live the longest. Okay, let's have a look at the dynamics. So we were at the 3rd place. In terms of industry, 29% of employed is employed in the industry. This is another paradox. We have many agricultures at the same time, and the share of agricultures and farmers in GDP is 20%. Well, these are the paradoxes of our region. But we are industrialized, as I've said, and we have potential for innovations. This industrial history and tradition, well, it goes back and dates back to pre-war period. 90% of the aviation production until not long ago belonged to my region. In terms of potential to create innovations, this is basically focused on infrastructure, development of infrastructure. It is seen in schools, but it is also developed among our entrepreneurs. We also have a very good human resources in terms of higher education, technical faculties. And I still feel that it might be better, but the situation looks really good in terms of cooperation between the industry and academia world. Human resources and this human capital in my region is particular, and I think it let us look with positive. It really looks good. In terms of innovators, we have a status of rising star in terms of innovations. In terms of innovation rate, especially comparing to the European Union, we are at the 193rd place. As Podkarpacia region, I think the pace of development and improvement of innovations is quite stable. We are at 2nd place in Poland. We did an increase within the last 2 years, so the potential is still there, I think. In terms of innovativeness, they show that we have potential. 29% of the enterprises spend some of their resources, of their funds on innovations. This is one of the best results in Poland. This is typical in terms of what is typical is that private investors are here, play a key role, because academia, not that much. So that might be improved. So it's basically improved by the private sector. What is particularly important and what is very satisfying is the involvement of clusters. We have many initiatives in Podkarpackie region, and they not only cooperate at international level, not only at the national but also international level. In terms of local governmental units, well, they try to meet the needs of the entrepreneurs. I would like to show you a few institutions that were set up. This is the Podkarpackie Innovation Center. This is a body that was set up within the GAP regions, and it should be an answer to the gap in terms of relations between the academia world and clusters and private sector. It should support capitalization by means of grants to projects and by subsidizing researchers and involve young people within the ProLab. Another institution, probably the oldest one, this is Rzeszowska Agency for Regional Development, which is operating and supports the technology transfer. Well, it also is responsible for Atropolis. We have an incubator there. But what I would like to stress is that this entity enters into startup projects. And we would like to profile more our institutions so that they could focus on certain aspects to be supplementary to one another. And another institutions that we opened, this is Podkarpackie Development Fund, from funding sources and funding schemes. We believe that it may also enter into capital investments, not only simple ones, but it is still ahead of us. Another institution is Voivodeship Labor Office. It is very important for us. Why? And it is also important for entrepreneurs. When you talk to entrepreneurs, they always stress that not technology is that important as people. That's why it is so important to create a proper environment on the market, on the labor market. That's why this institution is so crucial. Not to eliminate unemployment in Poland, to decrease unemployment in Poland, because it doesn't really make sense. But the point is to link it to the labor market. Another institution is Center for the Investor Servicing. It helps to service investors and to cooperate with entrepreneurs in terms of internationalization, to provide information about the access requirements to enter new markets where our entrepreneurs are interested to enter. Another institution is Podkarpackie Center, Research Center Łukasiewicz, to spread knowledge about innovations. This is dedicated and addressed to everyone, not only to youth, to children, but to everyone, to boost interest in science. And Congress Center, that is particularly important because we can organize conferences, fairs, trade, and this business, our business, can meet other business partners and touch and feel what is done somewhere else. And everyone plays a proper role.
In terms of the policy of regional development and cooperation with clusters, so it's not only the Marshal's Office, but also the institutions that cooperate closely with the clusters. We have a kind of clusters policy. It's not called that, but it is actually a policy dedicated to the strategy of voivodeship development and the strategy on innovation in the region. And what we have worked out with the entrepreneurs, with the clusters, is reflected in our regional program for European funds for the Sub-Carpathian region. We tried to also translate it into the regional level, the east of Poland, where we are engaged quite a lot. So as much as we could, we indicated we indicated our entrepreneurs so that their voice could be heard. So as part of this project, there are activities related to internationalization, networking of cooperation, activities addressed to clusters whose aim is to finance services provided by clusters to their members. So these are the activities that we want to see. In terms of intelligent specializations, I believe it's very important that they are selected. Our intelligent, smart specializations have been selected not as something that we are thinking about based on statistical data at the desk, but we analyzed it really deeply from the statistical level, economic level, and based on talks with entrepreneurs. It's not a mystery that one of our flagship specialization is aerospace and aviation. Aerospace is still at the beginning phase, but aviation is quite well established. A new topic is that related to drones. It's an area which we are going to promote very much. Automotive area, which came up later as a result of cooperation with the Eastern Automotive Alliance cluster. And the analysis, it turned out that this segment of automotive is important enough to be indicated as our intelligence smart specialization. Then IT, information and telecommunications, is something that comes up everywhere because you can't do anything, whether it's agriculture or anything else, without IT. And quality of life, it was considered in the context of quality, that it's, rest and regeneration and recreation, that it's good to rest, that it's good to eat something nice or go to the mountains. But we wanted to establish these specializations in business so that we can map them later, so that we get feedback related to how important they are in terms of economy. So we added this quality of life in relation to economy, and today it's composed of 4 components, which separately are still too weak to be smart specializations. But when they are combined, and they have some overlapping parts, because tourism overlaps with high-quality food, which overlaps with friendly medical products, or sustainable tourism. So we've got this component or components which interfere with one another, and they combine together in terms of quality of life. So if we have this definition of specialization, and it's defined according to the type of business activity code. And if somebody asks me what it is, I am able to define it. It can be the combination of codes, but it allows us to say something more about this economy and to defend this specialization as something that is not only a dry definition, but something that we really deal with. So here's a graph I wanted to show you. I really like it because it reflects our regional ecosystem of innovations. It's based on the quadruple helix. We wanted to map all groups of stakeholders. And it's not about looking nice. It's a task for us, and to ask ourselves the questions, who do we want to reach, to invite them to play in this regional game and to contribute to this cooperation for the benefit of better economic development. So here we've got all our institutions, but also clusters and entrepreneurs and higher education units and all other entities we were able to define. So it shows how broad our perspective is. A few words about clusters now, because the Subcarpathia region is a kind of center of clusters in Poland. You already see the brand images, brands. We have 28 of them this year. Last year there were 29, but as of now, one of them just stopped their activity, unfortunately. So as for the clusters, most often they are associations, and they put together not only companies and entrepreneurs, but there is also some element of science, academia, some university, or at least a department at a university. They are very important for us because they reflect the regional specialization. 17 out of them are directly related to our regional specialization, which shows that the specializations are really well mapped if they are reflected in the clusters. Why are they important? In the region, we've got 215,000 of entrepreneurs in the region. So if we want to inform somebody about some activities or even about the money available to them, we realize that the information doesn't reach them. So we need to look for channels of reaching them. So clusters seem to be a natural way of doing that. Each of them has their own scope of impact, influence. So to us, clusters are a natural partner in this process. I can't imagine not working with them. I know that out of those 28 initiatives, unfortunately, not all of them are as active as we'd like. Some of them are not very active, but they still do work, they function, they reply to some surveys. So we want to see them. 2 clusters have the status of key clusters. Some of them are interregional or cross-regional. Last year, they associated over 1,200 members, which means that it has quite a large population, and it's worth using this. Let me now move to a few areas which we are trying together with clusters, or where we are trying to pursue some undertakings. So these are some common activities for the benefit of all of us. Thanks to my employees as well, who are the authors of this presentation. I am only a carrier of information. So we have, together with them, we have mapped 5 areas. First of all, is strategic partnership and shared policy planning. We don't want to do it at our desk. We want to do it realistically, based on reality. Secondly, the completion of the process of entrepreneurial discovery. It is very important for us. So again, it's the fact of that we inform each other about what happens in the economy and that we help each other. Project and financial support. So this is about our project for the entrepreneurs. We need to see these projects and we need to support each other while completing or pursuing them. Promotion and internalization, the 4th one, promotion of the region, of the economy, of the companies, as much as it's possible. We can feel the synergy, so we want to do it. And development of competencies and education. It's a very important process because it's about the future. Our region loses young people. They go to they escape to stronger academic centers. So that's why good jobs creation of good jobs, attractive jobs is very important for us. Now, when it comes to the first element, strategic partnership, what's important for us is to be able to program development policy together with entrepreneurs. It's not about the policy reflecting what is written in documents, but we want to adapt it to the conditions in our region. So it's about relationships with clusters are valuable to us because we can invite representatives of clusters to our everyday working meetings as part of regional working groups related to or devoted to the writing of strategic documents, etc. We've got the Council for Innovation that invites entrepreneurs. We've got representatives of clusters there, not only to monitor these simple processes, but we also want to talk. We've got the Subcarpathia Regional Forum or think tank, regional think tank, where debate on the region is conducted. And there are also representatives of clusters because we want to talk about the demography or clusters or entrepreneurship or even infrastructure. So it's not something abstract. It's something that entrepreneurs need. We want to see it from the point of view of the entrepreneurs. Of course, we've got monitoring committees of regional operating programs, where we also have representatives of clusters. We want their voice to be heard even more, and it also depends on all of them. They have to build coalitions. In the monitoring committees, there are representatives of many different environments. Sometimes it's not easy. There is time to present your solution, to provide arguments for that. So that's another area that we would like to develop. Consulting strategic documents, but also documents which are created by or written by state authorities. Sometimes here there is a fight for survival, but that's why we have clusters. They have their own structures, so that the responsiveness is higher. And another thing is collecting data on the economy and how to conduct this process of entrepreneurial discovery and how to provide conditions as part of the first goal. Now, PPO is very important for us because we want to have a realistic goal. So, as part of our project, the Subcarpathian in Smart Region, we have a possibility to conduct activities with entrepreneurs. And again, clusters are a natural partner to us, because it's difficult to reach particular individual entrepreneurs. But thanks to clusters, on the one hand, we have topics which are important for entrepreneurs. So it's not about setting up or organizing conferences that nobody needs, but an entrepreneur comes to clusters and they say what they want to talk about, organize a panel for us. We have experts that we can invite. So that is important for us. It is needed. We can see that somebody waits for us. And this brings about effects. We've got panels on specialization. We've got meta panels devoted to a few specializations. We've got innovation forums. We've got meetings which in the future might lead to shared projects. And that's important to us too, because this dimension of boosting entrepreneurship and completion of projects is very important. I need to say that in terms of clusters, we've got quite a lot of lively discussion. In this financial perspective and in this program, we have managed to make the process more lively because we talk to clusters. Since the beginning, since 2024, we've had 19 such meetings. We've had the cluster meet regions that was mentioned. So this event, like you noticed, was full of clusters, filled with clusters. And it's very good that these clusters started the cooperation. And I am really grateful to them, because there were over 140 participants. It was a big event. It was at the same time as Industry Days, which was in a kind of neighboring time. So we had a week of industry in Rzeszów, and I think it was a very nice event. So that's the process that we want to continue.
In terms of project support, We have our own intelligent smart region. We have PPO. We try to fulfill it on our own, but we also have this opportunity to network. And we take our representatives of clusters to meetings and events that also are organized in their countries. So they just approach us and know, for instance, that is going to be a Congress of Clusters, and they say, we want to go there. And we say, okay, we will organize it. And we send them there. There was a quite impressive group of representatives during the last Congress of Clusters, and we are really pleased with it. Because that's the point, to support them. Apart from that, we enable them participation in conferences and other events. Another project, maybe one more thing, we also finance this opportunity to approach schools, for instance. We organize a conference during which clusters representatives were explaining what they expect, and the listeners were young people, primary and secondary school students. And I think this is also very important in the context of the labor market and the realities that not we have young people who just listen or heard that business is searching for specialists within a given sector. They can find answers to questions like whether it is worth going to educate themselves within a given sector as specialists. We have our entrepreneurs who also take part in the Innoreg project. And our structures are partners, and they enter the projects as stakeholders, as partners to the project, because these projects have to finalize with a policy to be changed. We are not close to that. We want to enter in such projects because that's the point, to change the policy in such a way that it meets the requirements of the business. I would also like to mention one more project, economic promotion, also in the context of internationalization, and the role of clusters is paramount here. They can take part in events and meeting conferences to promote, on one hand, economy and the entrepreneur, but also the region and our regional innovation strategy. Apart from that, I have to say that our Center for Servicing the Investors, we want to encourage and support our entrepreneurs and to take part in conferences or study visits. One more initiative that we are taking is strengthening our relations, neighboring relations and partner relations. Local governments have neighboring or partnership regions. They sign agreements, they adopt resolutions, meet once in a while. And we, during such visits, try to also invite entrepreneurs, and we try to map in the neighboring regions whether there is anything that we have in common, because there is one part dedicated to the politics, and obviously it has to be done. But apart from that, we need to discuss other issues to enable our entrepreneurs to meet entrepreneurs from another region. That was the same with regions that we met. So we set up a pilot project. In our opinion, it's really important. Maybe we could buy a service of networking and such a service, because very often we want to find out something about the economy. There are really 250,000 economic entities, and if we want to understand it, we need to know what the situation looks like, divided into rural areas, cities, companies, small and medium enterprises, etc., etc. So if we want to draw any conclusions or have any understanding of the market, we need to have analysis. And these entities very often don't answer. That's why when we approach clusters, then the clusters can reinforce the response from the entrepreneurs and the entities. And we know more about the economy, and we wanted to buy such a service from the clusters. So we said, we will give you information. Please distribute information. Please find out this and that. Find out more about innovative development, etc. We will organize the meetings, and we will pay for that. It was not easy. We carried out a pilot project. It took 6 months, and we identified several areas. 9 entities answered. Usually these were clusters. Out of this number, we had only 5 offers on the table. This pilot was carried out, and we are really pleased with the results. We are drawing some conclusions, obviously, and we have our lessons learned from this process, but it enables us to move forward, and we will definitely continue this project. Now we are planning for a long-lasting cooperation. We want to involve more stakeholders, more clusters, and I hope both sides will be satisfied. So in terms of promotion education, we wanted to promote our region, that's our role, and the economy, and we wanted to combine it. We can do it by means of fairs, trades, and promotion of our specializations during conferences. Without public funding, we sometimes support a given person, a representative that is taking part in the conference as a speaker. And we wanted to achieve this synergy effect. Apart from that, we wanted to cooperate with schools, with learning circles at the Technical University in Rzeszów. And it is embedded into our smart innovation focus. So, as I've said, these are the options that we have. Here you have 2 case studies. One is related to automotive. There are already clusters that are operating for some time. This one was set up in 2014, and it was quite active. And we identified smart innovation technologies, 64 participants. These are entities with foreign capital and Polish entities. The range, this is a cross-sectoral range. And it is really interesting because it creates think tanks that is dealing with a given topic, like human resources, labor market, environment, cooperation with schools, etc., depending on the need. We also were invited to take part in such think tanks, and we're trying to answer such needs of the entrepreneurs. Another topic is fulfillment of projects. This cluster is particularly active. They fulfilled many projects related with the social aspect, because on one hand they were interested in the quality of human resources, and our labor office was financing such projects, so everyone was happy. And everyone was involved. All the parties were involved and benefited from the projects. Right now, We also take part in these think tanks and meetings, but also in shift meeting, Bridge and Shift, which is also dedicated to innovations. And this Eastern Automotive Cluster is fulfilling an international project, and they invited us as stakeholder. A number of common and joint activities that we took with different clusters, and we believe this is going to be the future. We also took another cluster to cooperate with. This is younger cluster. This is an unmanned systems cluster. As you have heard, aviation, we are specializing in aviation. We have to position ourselves in this region. This cluster is quite new. As in basketball, we need to stop the timer. So 16 members. This is a regional ranch of the cluster, but with a huge perspective for growth. And we cooperate at really many different levels with education sector, with universities. This is a very naturally, with a natural potential and dual use. And we, together with this cluster, we want to organize several events within the European Committee. Our marshal was involved in the opinion about the drones, and we invited representatives of this cluster to be experts of this opinion. So, as I said, we cooperated. Another example, we were asked by GRC to take part in Regdualosa project within clusters, and this cluster was a natural partner for us. I think the report from this project has not been published yet, but it will be in the nearest future. And we will find out more about new technologies and quite brand new concept. You can see a map that shows you the results of a competition organized by the PARP, and you can see the areas in Podkarpackie region. The number of these areas is the largest number, the greatest number of these areas, and it means that our interest in the aviation sector is really huge. So we can create certain corridors, aviation corridors, for drones, both in the mountainous region and in other regions, that would meet the requirements of the European Union. And we also would like to have centers for certification and want to negotiate with the EU. We still have some funds in Podkarpackie region that was devoted to another project, but we would like to use these funds to create technology center for certification of drones. And we believe that it might be a really interesting project, and I see it as a business project. So we are not pretending that this is a kind of project with mission, but this is hard business project. That's why we need business partners, and it should appeal and attract other stakeholders. So this is a project that we want to fulfill.
So as you can see, I attempted to show this cooperation, how it looks. We listen to our clusters, to our entrepreneurs. We're trying to translate it into our strategic documents, some of them. So we have this economic part in the regional strategy for innovation before in the voivodeship strategy. We want to see it as part of PPO, not as a forced process, because it's a fact that this activity of the participants is mentioned everywhere. So we wonder how to make these members active. And I think that the role of clusters is very big, very important here. And then this cooperation will be better, bigger. We want to have information about the economy, not only to monitor CP1, but also to simply know what happens in the economy and to be able to react, because the processes are dynamic. So the best example is that of COVID. At first, the airports were closed and aviation companies, airline companies, were held up, and we learned about something that I didn't remember had happened since the 90s, which were the group layoffs. And that was the scale which showed us that we have to talk to business in order to map the economy. Of course, starting new initiatives together, new projects. For example, the Center for Drone Technologies. That is the new initiative that, as a local authority, we want to take up. And strengthening innovativeness of the region is a direction that we want to take through business. They also have to feel the pressure from business. And what are the challenges? Well, we do have some experience already. We know, we and the clusters know each other better. We think they are natural partners for us, but we'd like this cooperation to be more dynamic, to be better, to be able to listen to each other better, because we do feel a bit of discomfort. We want more. We want the voices of our entrepreneurs to be better heard and better seen in the regional documents. It's not always successful if we have some tasks and they tell us, you don't listen to us. Well, we try to. So it's best to have communication, to talk about it, to try and understand each other. We want our companies and clusters to feel they are more present in the creation of regional policy. We want these clusters to leave their silos, to see each other. It's not just about these specialization panels, but the meta panels that I've mentioned. They show that these industries have some topics in common. It's, they are topics as part of their industrial specializations, but there are also a lot of other common topics. And now the next point is cooperation with local authorities. We have good cooperation experience with clusters, but I think we also need to promote it in small towns, not big towns, because they have business councils, or at the level of municipality. We want this cooperation to function better. In December, we're going to organize speed dating between clusters and companies, and it's a very nice initiative, which is very popular. So we are expecting good results. So thank you very much. Now, what about the future? In the new strategic documents, we want to see the economic role, or the role of the economy, and I think with our companies and our clusters will be able to better feel, better sense this economic substance, and will be better able to finance good initiatives and projects. Thank you very much for the possibility to talk here, because for us, clusters, as I said, are natural partners, and I can't imagine doing a regional economic policy without clusters. Thank you. Director, thank you very much for this presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, 2 questions. That's all we've got time for. I have a question. What would you recommend to warmińsko-mazurskie, opolskie and świętokrzyskie voivodeships, which have quite a weak cluster policy, or they don't have it at all? And there hasn't been any they couldn't find good clusters for this project in their own regions to take part in the benchmarking study. I think that they know who functions in their area, but what's important is meeting, talking, and showing our economic partners that it's not a meeting with administration, it's not a waste of time for them, but this cooperation can benefit everyone. So I think that this path is a meeting, a type of animation of the meeting, and encouraging to some particular initiative, because cooperation is built on effects that you can see, measurable effects, tangible effects. If you can see that what you talked about in the meeting is reflected in strategic documents and competitions, etc., if you see the effect, it is very attractive. Thank you very much. Referring to Marek's question, I would like to say that, or I have a question about the bribery. Where does it come from in Podkarpackie when it comes to cooperation with clusters? Well, I came here a few years ago to the Podlaskie region, and I noticed that there is a different culture. The maturity of the marshal's office are at a different level. Before COVID pandemic, we opened the diplomatic year, and the Podkarpackie region, Subcarpathia, showed the names of the brands. But in Podlasie, nobody was brave enough to do it because we were afraid of being accused of supporting one company and not another. So I think you don't have a problem with that. I think it's unique in the region. So that's one comment about the bravery. Another comment is about the public sector. Public sector is very often afraid of some negative connotations. In the Subcarpathia region, you've managed to just break this tendency. Now, I'm looking at the director Malinowska, who is responsible for the regional strategy for innovation. And it's been said that companies are not interested in internalization instrument because we've got very nice instruments at the level of the region. And now I can see that at the level of PARP, we can't use the money. And at the level of the region, we've got projects which have been approved by the European Commission. And as a cluster, we play this role. We have a solution for 5 years where we measured the clusters since 2020. We've got the strategy, the cluster pursues the strategy. We have specialized clusters. Unfortunately, in 2 specializations, we don't have such a mature element. We have two very high quality clusters at the European level, but there is still a kind of vacuum. So what is your policy? In somebody is already acting well, we stop supporting, right? Sometimes we have these ideas that if somebody doesn't die, functions relatively well, then we don't need to support them anymore. So it was when we started being visible in Europe, we were disconnected from the support. So I have an impression that you support both the big stars of clusters, but also the smaller clusters. Let me refer to what you've said. We don't differentiate between we differentiated between big and small clusters, but we support both of them. Actually, all of them have similar problems. It's not that we want to separate from them, cut off from them. We want to support the economy, and the clusters, as I said, are natural partners. They have of different scales. There are many different initiatives on a different scale. There are clusters which on paper have a lot of participants, but only come to a meeting once a year. But out of those 28, about 12 to 15 are really active and successful clusters. So we try to talk to them and to see what they need. And there are different scales. The Aviation Valley is our flagship cluster, but I didn't talk about it today because I wanted to present the smaller clusters, because everybody knows about the Aviation Valley, but not many people know about the drones initiatives, etc. So I wanted to show that we have quite a lot of those cluster initiatives, and they are on a different scale. Sometimes we need to help them organize or find partners or start a project and maybe teach them to pursue a project, to complete a project. So this is something that we are all learning to do. As for the courage, the bravery, it's hard to say. You know, the regulations are the same everywhere. Sometimes interpretation may differ, may be more flexible, but we are aware that we have to work within the frames of the law. We can be flexible, we can talk where we can, but where we have the implementation department, the relationships have to be limited. They have to observe the limits so that there are no doubts. But we've got so many forums, so many possibilities to meet. I've noticed this very interesting thing that for some time, when we started acting dynamically, the representatives of Marshal's office became more open to relationships with the business world. These worlds are neighbors, and our role is to open up to each other. You can't say, you know, the academia and business already cooperate, but it's a process. The fact that we have good, mature companies, well, they are our partners. And we also have these state instruments like the centers of investors, consulting service, and they do their job quite well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. It was very practical, and it showed that you really understand that there is a need to support clusters, but you also see potential in them. So what we heard was the topic of the completion of public tasks by clusters. We are planning a meeting on the 1st of December, another meeting where we're going to initiate cooperation of clusters with local authorities at different level, not only at the voivodeship level or the municipality or powiat level, where we find shared relationships of where a cluster can help a local authority to pursue their public tasks. So we are very happy that you are also open to this cooperation, and we as the PARP agency are a central institution, and sometimes it's for us difficult to find these public tasks, but we are also opening to this new possibility. As Monica said, we are working together with the cluster on a textbook on cyber security. Interregion cluster also won one of our competitions. We're going to repeat this formula in the future. So it's a matter of dedicating some tasks to some clusters. When they group entrepreneurs, they will do it better than individual companies. So we had a short break for a presentation to be started on the computer, and now I would like to invite you to the last part of our meeting, a presentation of 5 good practices, which will be hosted by Dr. Marta Mackiewicz from Szkoła Główna Handlowa. She is an expert on benchmarking, so we are very honored that she has come to join us today. She's been dealing with clusters, but not only clusters. For many years, she's been combining academic work with public administration work, with economic practice. So this kind of experience lets her comment on clusters practices today. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I hope we have time to comment on it, but we'll try. In the last part of our meeting today, we will present 5 good practices, which are initiatives completed by Interreason, a Pomeranian ICT cluster, a Polish automotive group, which is cluster of innovative technologies, Mazovian ICT cluster, and NutriBiomed cluster. So, first I'd like to invite Mr. Jarosław Parzuchowski, the president of the board, who will present the topic of cascade grants, which is a very interesting instrument and very useful one for SMEs, but constituting a big challenge for a cluster coordinator. So, Jarek, we are very curious to hear what you're going to tell us about the practice.
Thank you, Marta. Ladies and gentlemen, Jarosław Parzuchowski, Pomorski Cluster ICT Interreason. Thank you for the invitation to this meeting. Very interesting, inspiring presentations. We will definitely have a lot to discuss later on. Let me explain and let me tell you about practice that we've been thinking as something that might be helpful. This is a tool. These are cascade grants. What are cascade grants? We have heard it for the first time many years ago when we were invited to an international project, Innolabs, that was supporting projects combining IT, which is with the medical sector. And we found out that the entrepreneurs can be supported by means of a really simple grants, and it was a lump sum, like several thousand euro. And after this first project, we saw how many interested entities were, and they were really interested in this type of financing, even though it wasn't that high. And it was quite a simple tool. And we became more interested in this topic and in this kind of projects. So our project Desire, which is this best practice that we would like to share, it was fulfilled within the Euroclusters project that Marek Przeor was mentioning today. And during this project, we granted 35 grants in the amount of 30,000 euro each. And what we've noticed, that there were so many interested participants of the cluster, and few participants of our clusters got this grant. This Eurocluster project was for us an exceptionally interesting experience. We managed to enter into long-lasting relations with other clusters that took part in this project. But apart from that, we also managed to link entrepreneurs from our cluster with entrepreneurs from different clusters. There were a few applications that, for instance, some of these linked entrepreneurs participated in the same tender. So we fulfilled this project with not that many partners, but as it turned out, this cooperation with human technology, Styria, ICS, etc., and Eurobiomed translated into next projects. And from our perspective, of our cluster organization was a huge advantage, because we changed this type of partnership a bit, but it covered majority of partners from the previous project. We applied to the mechanism I3. It referred to digital health sector, and we also managed to get this project together. And this cooperation was so fruitful in the next years And it was so close that we applied for the next project. And this program has already been mentioned today. This is a pilot project program that is linking clusters from the European Union with the Ukrainian clusters. And right now we are fulfilling this project that is aimed at supporting clusters from Ukraine within healthcare and telemedicine and remote medicine services. So that was a benefit for us as the organization, but there is more than that. And even though it is not in the report from the benchmarking survey, but this is a good practice that was revealed after the survey, because one of the entities that applied to our Desire Open Core was a company, very brand new technological startup from Gdańsk, then applied for a grant for location in hospitals. And we talked a lot. We discussed with this company about their solution, about their tool, and we suggested, well, listen, maybe you should apply to the accelerator Naturajana, which was being open. They didn't have much time, but they really have competent people on board, and they applied. And as the first company in the first edition of the Naturajana, they got to this accelerator. They are now working really hard on the solution that they are offering. These are figured antennas. This is dual use. And where is the benefits for us, for the cluster? Well, together with this company, but with people also that are engaged in this company, we proposed to set up and Mater Diana Living Club, as if a kind of showroom that will be set in Gdańsk, and it will happen in spring next year. So I believe that in few months' time we will meet again, maybe in Gdańsk, and we will open this showroom presenting projects of dual use. Additionally, what we managed together, these solutions from the Desire project, but with this dual use character, we used them, applied them in our unmanned boat. It was also developed based on Horizon 2020 program that is currently ready. This is a ready product that is undergoing certification process. So that would be, in a nutshell, from our perspective, of a benefit that maybe shows you, maybe in a not very obvious way, returned to us from the organization perspective. So last but not least, let me add that this topic of cascade grants in our company was so inspiring, and there were so many interested that clusters, when they prepare once a month a list of the cascade grants, and we send it to our participants, and it happened several months ago that we received a positive feedback. Well, thanks to this information that you sent it to us, we received cascade grants. So I think we've heard today that access to knowledge, to the databases, is crucial. And what clusters can do is spread info, spread know-how, help entrepreneurs to make and to reach out to participants of the clusters. If you have any questions, please do. Thank you. Very helpful. Your experience shows that it's very helpful. So maybe in order to find out more about Cascade grants, we can do it after the meeting, and you can approach Jarosław Porzuchowski from Intelizon. Thank you very much, and thank you for presentation of this practice. Jarek has already talked several times about dual-use technology, and this is going to be the next best practice that was reported by the Polish Automotive Group, and it will be presented online by Bartosz Chmielewski, the managing director of this cluster, and it will refer to integration of the automotive and technologies applied in the automotive sector with the security and defense sector. Welcome. My name is Bartosz Chmielewski. I'm a managing director of the Polish Automotive Association. Well, I will present our best practice, which was identified in benchmarking cluster survey, and this is integration of the automotive and defense sectors to boost economic resilience. So who are we? Polish Automotive Group is an association that was set up 10 years ago in order to integrate and gather Polish companies that deal with production and manufacturing in the automotive sector. Now it associates over 100 Polish suppliers, and these are companies that have really a wide range of competences. They supply parts, ready parts, and exchangeable parts, but also components and technology. And they operate in the value chains. Starting from 2019, we are a crucial key cluster, and operating as the key cluster will definitely stimulates us and motivates us to grow in directions that effectively contribute to offer our participants better offer pursuant to good practices, and cooperation within the Association of Polish Clusters is also very helpful. So my presentation let me just mention that our Polish Automotive Group, for us, our addressees of our products are manufacturers of parts, and we try to help them to reach out to new markets, to develop their business, to engage in research and development projects, and to be the voice of the sector in relations with the public administration, but also entering foreign markets, and it all contributes to building and supporting Polish national automotive sector. So we pay great attention to support participants in getting new clients within the cluster, but also outside of our cluster. Already for a year, we travel a lot to foreign fairs, trade, automotive fairs. We also see great benefit from diversification, and we try to open new doors, new possibilities for our participants, both in foreign markets, but also in other sectors, like defense sector. just to give you an example. Among our participants, we have scientific and research entities, organizations that makes it easier to build cooperation between the academia and private industry. And this is the world that we are living. I think it is also important that we cooperate with other clusters, both in Poland. Let me mention cooperation with other Polish clusters, such as Silesian Automotive Cluster or Eastern Automotive Cluster.
The Forum of Polish Automotive Clusters. We also belong to the European Association of Automotive Clusters organization, which associates about 30 similar organizations from all over Europe. We recently joined an organization which associates regenerative industry. Let's now move on to the goal of my presentation. That is the presentation of good practice. That is the integration of automotive industry with the defense sector. Since 2019, we have identified the value of the need to start cooperation of our community with clients such as producers of military vehicles, Jelcz, Autosan, also the heavier duty vehicles. Production of automotive components can be used there. So there is a specific character of this industry. There are different volumes, but the competencies that our members have, our suppliers have, are part of this, or can be part of this kind of industry. So we started the dialogue and building the dialogue with the Polish Armaments Group and the producers of vehicles which are associated or in the Polish Armaments Group. So we talked to engineers, constructors. And that was not easy because some companies from our organization already have such partnerships, already supply to this industry. But the meetings that we organized at the beginning didn't brought about any success, or not a lot of success. It's a very hermetic world. After those meetings, it would turn out that those who had cooperated before just kept cooperating with the defense industry, whereas those who had tried to connect with this industry did not find it easier thanks to those meetings. But we didn't cease. Maybe we weren't very determined, but we started some activities. We took up some activities in order to function in this environment. What intensified our activities, was the breakout of the war in Ukraine, when we noticed that there is a high demand for production capacity in the defense industry. They had very high needs, but the capacity was not enough. The industry was underinvested, and had also worked in a very traditional way, so to speak, according to a traditional model. Their old practices were promoted, whereas new technologies were not always successfully implemented. We had often seen this confrontation of public industries, defense industry and private industry, which led our members from the group of Polish Armaments Group to sad conclusion that there was nothing to do. So it was very difficult to implement the new technologies coming from the new modern automotive industry. As I said, new geopolitical reality, ever-rising threats, and potential that automotive industry has because of the situation of the automotive industry, which I'm sure you all know about, is, especially over the last few years, quite difficult, has been difficult. The market is going down, and many companies are looking for new markets. That was shown by the pandemic, that the more diversified a company is, the easier it is for them to survive in a crisis. So the pandemic or broken supply chains or technological transformation towards electromobility or the war in Ukraine, all this shows that that diversification is a good direction. It's good to be based in different areas, in different industries. So it seems natural to pursue this direction. So it's about quality, it's about durability of products. So these are similarities between automotive and defense industries. Repeatability, cybersecurity, IT security, certifications, audits. There are a lot of similar areas which indicate that enterprises from the private sector can be suppliers for the defense industry. On the other hand, the procedures of the access of new suppliers, specifications are created by the armaments agencies for the production of products used by the Polish military are quite difficult. What's also missing is the cooperation and dialogue between the defense industry. The civil industry has no idea what's happening and how they can get access to the armaments industry, whereas the armaments industry is quite hermetic, quite closed. They don't know what new technologies are offered and can be used in the defense industry. So that's why, and that's where an initiative was started to intensify our activities in order to bridge the gap, to build this dialogue between our members and the prospective clients from the defense industry. To that end, we set up a working group for those who are interested, and those who are interested started meeting. We were joined by a person who came to us from the defense industry, and he joined us in the role of a social person who supported us, a social contact who supported us with their knowledge and contacts, and it was on a voluntary basis, unpaid. On the right here, you can see the photo from one of the fairs. We've been there 3 times. These stands are better and bigger. In the last fair, it was 150 square meters. So under the same badge, we built a hub of suppliers for tags and advanced solutions. It was a space at the fair where you could meet suppliers that could provide some plastic elements or paints to be used in the production, in the defense production. We started initiating dialogue with public administration, with the Ministry of Agriculture, Development, Polish Armaments Group. We joined a Parliament Commission. So we started having these dialogues on a higher level, something that an individual company will never be able to do. It's difficult to imagine that they would go to all those places, buildings. To us as an organization, it's much easier. It's easier for us to knock on somebody's door, to knock on the door of Jelcz, etc., and other such companies working in the defense industry and other big clients. It's easier for an organization to do it and to say, we can offer you this and this. What do you need? We will be happy to match your needs with our potential. And it works. We managed to open doors, to start to organize meetings. We talked to purchasing managers from Jelcz, from General Dynamics, the producer of Abrams that will be serviced in Poland. As an organization, we talked on behalf of our companies to Autosan, for example, and we successfully accelerated this direct contact of our member who would become a supplier and their prospective client from the defense industry. Let me also mention this positive cooperation, example of positive cooperation with Evolum cluster, where the same initiative is also developing. So we shared our knowledge, our experience. We shared participation in different meetings. I had an honor to participate in the meeting of a working group at Evolum. A colleague from Evolum came to our meeting. What did we manage to do? Well, definitely, we managed to accelerate introduction of some of our members into the companies from the Polish Armaments Group. We are visible. More and more often, we are contacted by Polish Armaments Group, but also private companies which work in the defense industry. They tell us that they are looking for a supplier for some specific competencies, or spray painting, or metal processing service, or some particular devices or products, and we are happy to respond to their inquiries and to help in matchmaking. We take part in a dialogue on the strategy of the defense industry. We take part in parliamentary commissions. We present the values that can be found in this dialogue. The communication also goes through the media channels. On the right, again, you can see an extract from an article that was published on the Defense 24 website. And which show that it's worth applying this potential. Clusters. So maybe a few words about recommendations and conclusions coming from our experience. So clusters and organizations which represent a wide group of companies can successfully become partners for the state in the dialogue, in the building of some standards, working out solutions, but also for companies, big clients, which have different kinds of requirements. As once one president of a big company said that from his point of view, when he looks for something on the market, he can't write on his website that he's looking for something, because very often it's confidential information. It's difficult for them to Google the information and Google for some competencies. Whereas contacting an organization which has a map of its members' competencies, which knows what potential they have, makes it much easier to find suppliers, to find partners. Maybe not everybody will be a perfect partner from the very beginning, but at least they know who to talk to, where to look for particular solutions to concrete challenges. It's worth looking for space to develop business of your members. We are in the automotive group. We are quite hermetic. Automotive industry is something that connects us, but we also look for spaces where we can open doors for our members to the railway industry, defense industry, sailing industry, white goods industry, construction industry. These are quite individual cases, but some companies can use their competences between these different sectors.
So, thanks to the fact that the companies know each other, it's easier to spread knowledge, to share experience, and open new doors for the customers. And they can mutually recommend one another and also suggest how to speed up something, how to go through the process. This is possible only in such organizations that are based on trust, in organizations that there is no competition. And when I recommend someone, that I'm just risking that I will lose customer. If these companies do not compete, then this cooperation is opening doors to one another, and it is becoming even more efficient. So I stress it quite often that these are two silos, the private sector and the defense sector. And if there is no dialogue, no willingness to spread knowledge, to discuss, to open, well, it will translate into public safety, security of all of us. We need to know, in the situation of any threat, to which door we need to knock and where we should search for help. We cannot be blind to what is happening. And the defense sector needs to cope with the upcoming difficulties. So what we are doing right now is really needed. We have to recommend and suggest suppliers and representatives of the defense sector where they can search for help. That would be it from my side. I hope it was at least a bit inspiring for you. And I'm open to any questions and to discussion, to cooperation. So please contact me. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I think there was a misunderstanding. We didn't plan that long presentation, frankly. Next good practice comes from innovative ICT Synomatic Cluster, Green Transition Toolkit, and modular tool for small and medium companies towards circular economy. Thank you. My name is Grzegorz Piecek. I have a pleasure to represent cluster of a Synomatic cluster. We are a national key cluster. We are operating already for 13 years, and now we are Yes, can you hear me well? So we are a national key cluster, an innovative cluster in terms of manufacturing. We operate nationally, but we are concentrated, focused in the eastern part of Poland. This is lower Silesia, but also Silesia, Lesser Poland, and we associate manufacturers. We try to focus on material technologies, but not only. But we also have really strong background in terms of 4.0, automation and robotization. And we also provide supplementary services for our cluster participants in terms of education, both regarding green transition, but also transition based on the circular economy. And circularity, educational services related to cybersecurity, which is strongly promoted. So as I said, 13 years of operation, 10 years ago in 2022, in fact, in 2022, we had assessment of our 10-year operation, and we used to have 10 companies, and right now we will have 140 companies in our cluster and over 80 million zlotys of turnover. So there are 14,000 people employed in these companies. But before my colleague will help me to walk you through the green transition topic and the good practice, I would just like you briefly explain what is our role in the ecosystem within these 140 entities. Because this is not only about 140 entities, but there are almost 500 companies. Because as part of the evaluation to certification to become the key cluster, and we started to check and count and calculate, then it turned out that we have 500 companies associated. These are very often not typical cluster participants, cluster members, but they want to take part in our work. That's why we cooperate, for instance, with Association of Maritime Companies. But not only, we also cooperate with the Business Center Club. Part of our members are also members of the Business Center Club, but also other way around. We have some members of the Business Center Club who wanted to become members of our cluster. So our role in this ecosystem is to be a supporting institution, but supporting in certain areas our entrepreneurs. These entrepreneurs do not pay attention to such aspects as the circular economy. There are really many companies on the market that if we wanted to assess whether they do it properly and according to the circular economy assumptions, then we would say yes. But then if we ask someone else, they would say no. So the awareness and the consciousness when we talk about circular economy, so-called GOZ, and circular economy, is really limited. It's scarce. We also have to deal with digitalization. We are running out of time. So we operate within digitalization, circular economy, and energy efficiency. And we also operate within small and medium companies. and also sectoral institutions, and that operate within our ecosystem. And right now, this is a strategic cooperation based on the Center Club, Business Center Club, and ESOP. Let me just show you quickly, before we move on to the best practice, what this concept resulted from. So while we were getting ready to evaluation, we carried out a survey within our cluster, and 81.3% of respondents and only 1% didn't know what the circular economy is. So they didn't know what the process analysis, what the digitalization is. So as you can see, the growing pressure and the competences gap led to the necessity to build a proper competence that we prepared within our cluster. And we wanted to support our entrepreneurs, but also companies cooperating with them. And now we have 1 minute to present. I think we have 2 minutes. That's still not a lot, because Grzegorz was talking for a long time about the cluster. So let me be very brief. The best practice, it results from the actual need of the market. Everyone is repeating the green transition. Some are even claiming it's really dreadful. But nowadays, when we have really advanced IT tools in order to talk about green transition, it is related to digitalization change, because nobody is checking the results on paper or in the Excel spreadsheet, because it is not scalable. That's why we have digitalization, automation in order to do certain things in our companies, to check it, to analyze it. And this is the starting point for all of us to discuss how we want to discuss energy efficiency, energy industries. So, having this in mind, we prepared a tool that was named Green Transition Package. And it turned out that there were 2 conclusions. First, in order to promote any idea on the market, we need to build relations and relationship. Without it, it is impossible. And the second conclusion was that in order to take any actions, you need money. And the second conclusion, meant that we need to find this money on the market. And if we have 71 billion for the forecast 2021-2027 and additionally national fund, then we have some mechanisms that we can acquire funds from. This is what you can see. These are 4 blocks that PZT is comprised of. So we focus on consulting and expertise. We also created development programs that we want to fulfill for 1,500 employees. Right now, green transition package as we have. So in order to carry out certain actions, you need to have proper tools and strategic cooperation, and also animate proper organizations, structures that will be able to benefit from the European funds. Grzegorz hasn't mentioned it. but he's a chairman of the Employers Association, and the association that was set up in May this year. Next year, they will have the potential of several million zlotys. This scalability is helpful in order to reach out for better and to try to fulfill better projects. And thanks to this, we will be able to build our own toolkit. That's why today these programs are already fulfilled not only by small and medium companies, because that is an exception, but also large enterprises that are excluded from the European Union funds. They also take part in our programs, implementation programs, and they try to apply for tools not only dedicated to circular economy, but also by carrying out proper digital changes, and also don't have to pay any additional zloty. This works. This one also works on the market. This has started to work, and we'll have first projects just in a short period of time. So they are building right now a proper toolkit.
So there will be some IT applications which cooperate with the AI, and this part was key for us in order to affect the system of distribution and configure it in such a way that it can be dressed in a context that is important from the point of view of green transition package. We could listen about this topic for a long time, and I'm sure there are a lot of details that we can ask you about after the meeting. But in the meantime, I would like to invite Ms. Anna Bednarska, representative of the Management Board for Cluster, to present NutriBiomed about food security of Poland, building food security. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this warm welcome. I know I am last today. I am the last speaker, so thank you very much for waiting patiently for this last presentation. So my name is Anna Bednarska. I have the honor to represent NutriBiomed, coordinated by Wrocław Technical Park. I want to present a good practice related to the building of the food security in Poland. We are the only key cluster which has the status of KKK. So if Director Paweł Weiss is here, we will be happy to talk to you about the cooperation of clusters from the Subcarpathia region, but I would also like to invite all other companies and clusters from other voivodeships and regions to cooperate with us. Who are we? Well, NutriBiomed cluster was set up in 2007. It associates scientists and entrepreneurs engaged in life science industry. It's very easy when you look at the name of the cluster to guess which industries are part of the cluster. So we talk about food, nutrition, biotechnology, medicine. We have extended it to life sciences, all life sciences, because now we also have cosmetics, pharmaceutical supplements, chemistry. But the dominant direction is biotechnology. New challenges that we have diagnosed right now is the building of food security in the country, in Poland. We have found that there is a growing market need to create a system which combines the ecosystem from field to table. So we now can see that there is an accumulation of quite a lot of risks and threats from the climate threats and quality threats, quality of food, also related to the accessibility of food during the peacetime and during the wartime. But not only that, in Wrocław, we've had a little test. We had a little test last year in September during the flood. So the situation showed us that in 2 days, everything has been sold out. Everything was sold out. All available food from supermarkets was sold out. So I think this topic is very important right now, very significant in this situation. We can see there is a need to integrate the whole food industry, starting with the modern healthy agriculture and introducing full supply chains up to the end user, consumer. Based on that, we started a pilot project, lower Silesia food security. So the mission of the project is to support food independence and security of our country. And we already started talking with the agricultural community. It's the housewives clubs, small producers who can scale their production, the production of their healthy food. And we also talk to big producers. The second part of the mission is to support Polish producers of food. We have very good quality food. We want to maintain this quality, and we would like to go outside with this food. Another point of the mission is about the healthy food, which leads to a healthy society. Now we can see a big need for nutritional and high-quality food. Right now, we are also talking with the majority of institutions which supervise food quality. The last point is activization of the centers for agriculture support. We talk to those centers. We also talk to the state networks of agricultural areas, the agricultural chambers. There's been a meeting with the Minister of Agriculture. This ministry is responsible for producing healthy food in our country. I know that we're running out of time, so I'll try to be quick. The goal of the project is to build an awareness that there is such a cluster in Poland, which wants to integrate the whole environment of food producers, which aims for healthy food, full supply chains, guaranteed, and to preventing a situation where there isn't enough food for the consumers, for the end consumers. We also want to promote knowledge. And in Wrocław Technological Park, we also have a kindergarten. So we already talk to small children and we teach them about good eating habits. We have workshops for schools, for secondary schools, primary schools. We teach them about the importance of food quality. We teach them on how to test the quality of food. And we want to show them that we can be self-sufficient in Poland because we are a country which is called a country where there is a lot of milk and honey. Now, this picture shows where we invite people, how we develop SMEs and sole traders. If you have an idea for a product, food product or supplements or cosmetics, we recommend visiting us in our innovation sector, submitting your idea, and these talks lead to very advanced activities, introducing activities which introduce the product or introduce the process from an idea to a product. So we already have quite a lot of products or extracts which are present on the market. So you can do it in our lab. You don't need your own technological hall, your own labs. You can even make upscaling of our labs. We are also ready for sanitary inspection and veterinary inspection. And what we can see now is a conference by Nutribiomed Cluster, which is taking place this Friday. The title of the conference is Together for Food Security, Partnership of Know-how and the Industry. You will find more information under the link technologpark.pl. If you want to come to our conference, you can register there. I will also send this information to the organizers, because if you know somebody who might want to take part in the creation of such a center of building food security, devoted to building food security in the state, in the country, food security, we can affect food security. Of course, we can't influence geopolitical situation, energy price rising, or climate crisis, or risks, threats during the war. But we can affect a lot of other factors, such as agriculture, regenerative agriculture, processing, education, quality control, logistics, and distribution systems. And with this optimistic information, I think, I would like to show you or make it evident that the topic of food is very important. Dialogue is very important, and engaging all sectors related to food is very important. Thank you very much. Let me just show you a slide with my contact details. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank all speakers for sharing their good practices. I think they are very inspiring, and they might serve as the inspiration for new activities in their clusters. Let me just say that all presentations will be available at the PARP website, and you can also read the benchmarking report there. Thank you very much. I wanted to refer to the last presentation. Anna, thank you very much, because this last presentation is always very demanding. So we're going to remember, and we have a good practice. You are going to be the first presenter in the next conference. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what we will do. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank everyone who has lasted here, who has stayed with us. I would like to thank all those participants who have joined us online, but it's time to say goodbye. Although I just have one more idea, one more thought that came up when I was listening to your practices, because you mentioned about this service of production for demand, when you can test something in a lab. This is very close to identification of a lot of different business models analyzed by the PARP agency, manufacturing as a service. And I can see that this idea is being developed by you. So here I would like to ask the clusters that if you see services like that in your clusters, please get in touch with PARP, because we are really interested in this topic. The European Commission is also interested, so we want to know what's happening in terms of this in our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for participation in this conference. I would like to thank all our speakers who are leaving now. I can see a few of them have stayed. As Marta has mentioned, the conference will be available. Good practices will be accessible on the website and the report. And now I would like to thank Monika Antonowicz, my colleague from PARP, without whose all this event wouldn't have taken place. Thank you very much, Monika. See you in the next conference.